Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Collegiate Blitz Championship for 2022. My name's Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and you guys are tuning in for a fantastic tournament here today. We've got 12 rounds of Blitz, 3 plus 2, all on chess.com, and let me show you guys the games. The game's not showing up. Okay, wait, hold on. Here we go. That's better. So yeah, this is John Michael Burke. The games are starting. They're not all started, Aiden. So how it works is that chess.com, a staff member is pairing the games. If you go to chess.com/play/online, you should be good. It takes a while because there's a lot of players. There's like over 100 players. So that's a lot of pairings that they have to do manually by hand. So keep an eye out for that. You should get paired. I can try to double check for you. Yeah, you should be playing. Well, I'll just let you wait. But yeah, you should get there soon. Don't you worry. Now if it's like another 5 minutes and you don't get paired, then you can start worrying. But yeah, who is John Michael Burke playing right now? Let's see. Yeah, John Michael Burke is playing Zhao Zhang. But who is that? Zhao Zhang, their USCF is only like 1700. So this is actually a tough pairing for the first round. John Michael Burke, of course, is from Webster. Zhao Zhang is from Texas A&M. Am I seeing that right? It looks like it. So we have a Texas A&M player here against Webster. You don't have a game, A. Chang. Well, you should probably get paired if if you registered. Hold on. What's your name? I don't know who you are. Also, I really shouldn't be like helping you guys. You guys should be reaching out to Judith on chess.com. Her username or her email is judith.stare@chess.com. Let me see if I can copy paste that into the chat. If you guys have any questions, she checks her email between every round, so you might not get this first one. But yeah, all questions need to be directed to her. I'm just here for the commentary, and I'm not doing a good job, am I? I mean, we didn't have the board ready first, so we're all sorts of a mess today, huh? Okay, well, anyways. Yeah, weird stuff happening. Okay. So yeah, tough matchup here in round one. John Michael Burke 2500 versus Zhao Zhang at 2359. So probably a little underrated from their USCF. Maybe don't play as much over the board, which is pretty reasonable. I definitely don't play as much over the board. And my online rating is definitely higher than my USCF. John Michael Burke's rating though. Let's see. Where is this John Michael Burke? I just had him. He is fifth. He's the fifth overall. He is 2677 listed, and so his rating is actually higher OTB. Yes, he is a Webster player. Let me see if I got any other games going on. Here we have Antipov. who we saw give Oparin a heck of a fight yesterday during the Collegiate Chess League finals. He reset the bracket. He won against Anna Sargsyan from Webster, and then he beat Rui Feng Li from UT Austin, and then he even beat Oparin, but he missed one match, unfortunately, and lost in the second one, which because it was double elim, he needed to win 2 against Oparin. Here, I'm surprised he didn't play rook c4, but maybe like winning the c-pawn's a little extra or slow or something. He wants to get in behind, I suppose. So, yeah, what is the plan here? Well, this is Copper Knight. That is the ambassador from Baylor. I believe that's Mark. Yes, it is. I love that Baylor is listed as BU. I think, to me, BU is like Boston University. But, yeah. So, Mark's coming in at number 83. We have 154 players listed. So, yes, Mark's going after the f-pawn. Antipov defends it with rook e2. And now his queen's coming in to a6. Antipov's got a choice. Do I take on c6? Do I take on a7? Do I give a check first? Hello, Techno Jazz Cat. So, it's funny. We've got 2 Missouri versus Texas schools here. We've got Webster versus Texas A&M, and then we've got Mizzou versus Baylor. And yeah, Mark is giving him some fight over here. H4, take. He is up a pawn. He's also up on time. There is increment, 2 seconds. Thanks, Drew. Yeah, this is a new scene for me. That should be better. All right. What's up, Nick? The game hasn't started yet. Hello, Max. What's your username, Nick? Nick P12? Oh, I see you're listed against Oparin. Yeah, you should be board 1. That's kind of crazy. Strawberry expo. Yeah, guys, I can't help everyone, unfortunately. I see Kevin Liu. You're also supposed to be paired, so I don't know what to say. Maybe your opponent hasn't been online. Okay. Antipov won his game. John Michael Burke is still playing against Zhao Zhang. And this one is down to the wire. Wow, queen versus rook and bishop. Wow, he could take the rook, but then white queens, they get a draw on round 1. That's incredible. That is a tough start for John Michael Burke and a fantastic result for Zhao Zhang. 1700 USCF and you get this pairing. That's really unfortunate for Mr. Burke there from Webster. But Zhao Zhang is a very tough blitz player, as you all can tell. And it seems that the bishop rook and pawn are enough to negate the queen, and in fact, almost even better. I mean, white has this knight's tactic, take the pawn, but Mr. Burke has to bail out with the draw here. None of the top games. It's just a chess.com issue. All right. Well, to be fair, I was trying to follow you, I wonder, and you weren't popping up. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you weren't in live. You're both online. Game just hasn't started. Okay. We were on live. When you say live, do you mean chess.com/live? It's a first round thing, I think. Do chess.com/play/online. I think that's where you want to be. There's only one live. Yeah, they got rid of chess.com/live. Although I've heard rumors that some people are still using it. Chess.com Swiss Arena, like Title Tuesday, because then you would play against your teammates. This is they want to do Swiss team pairing. So no one from the same school can play someone from the same school. That's the logic behind it. That was part of the rules and the format of this event. So yeah, apologies to anyone that is not getting paired. Having a bit of luck. All right, we've got a game with Alexei Sorokin. So that's good. $14 out of 75. Yeah, that's not good, is it? Big rating. Yeah, so the big rating difference is very common in the first round because we take like the top player and pair them with like the middle player in Swiss. That's why I was saying John Michael Burke is unlucky because his opponent was not that lower rated from him for that first round. Isn't it paired by USCF? Yes, it is. It's still going to be a big rating mismatch for the first round. But yeah, white's looking like they're mated here. Rook takes, wins the queen. King takes. Bishop on a6 is a beast. Check and mates. So Alexei Sorokin starts off strong with the win. Of course, Alexei Sorokin is from Texas Tech. Grandmaster, top 10 player here. Number 1 player is Oparin. We haven't seen his game, although I can attest that he's online. Apparently, so is his opponent. Benjamin Gladura is online, or no? I wasn't able to follow them. I don't know, but that's the number 2 player from Webster. And number 3, we have a wonder who's in chat, who is perhaps not pleased with chess.com, and not blaming him at all. All right, here we go. Oparin versus Nick. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we do have 30 minutes given per round. I know some of you might be thinking a 3+2 Blitz game, that shouldn't take that long. Well, we've got these pairings and we've got the results to be recorded and we got to set up the matches. So yeah, we'll have some extra time, make sure that everything goes smoothly in this first round and that people play when they're supposed to play. And if we get behind schedule, we'll catch up. The first round might take over an hour. I don't think so. I really don't. But we're gonna work our way through it. It's gonna take however long it's gonna take. But rest assured, the games are happening. Still waiting. Well, thank you for being patient. I appreciate it. All right. So we've got Oparin here, the winner of the Collegiate Chess League finals as of yesterday, taking down his teammate Antipov. Nick is our ambassador from UT Dallas. We're getting a lot of Missouri versus Texas matchups here, and for good reason. They're the best two schools or states in college chess. If there's another state that you think is in there, let me know. But right now, it's Missouri and Texas. Oparin is not from Texas Tech. Oparin is from Mizzou, University of Missouri, Columbia. Coached by Christian Trilla. Winner of the Collegiate Chess League finals. Nick is from UT Dallas. Oparin with the black pieces here. He's diving in with the knight. F6 from Oparin, kicking that knight out. And after this move, G4, where does the knight go? It done. Thanks for the follow. F4 is played, saying I'll give up the knight, but you're going to give me a really strong pawn on E5. Just has to decide how to take. Decides to take with the D file pawn, trying to open this bishop up and leave the F pawn for F5. Knight comes in now to E4. Nice, strong, centralized knight. Oparin is up a piece. Nick bringing the king in. Not sure what this is doing. D4, strong move. Opening up this bishop opposite the king now. Discoveries, knight check. That's going to win a queen. No time to take on D4. Take here, bishop takes. Either you take the knight or you move the king. Or you block the check. No, that's not going to cut it. Knight discovery. That's my guess. Wow, he just takes back on D4. Crazy. Crazy. All right, now the king goes back. He puts the knight on c3. Queen here is one idea. Queen here is another idea. Knight takes queen is another idea. The queen can't move and save this pawn at the same time. This is going to be lights out. You got to take the knight. Take the knight. And then, yeah, take back. Queen here or here. Queen here should at least win. Bishop check. Rook block. Rook takes bishop. Queen takes. Bishop takes rook. Queen check here. Nope, takes this. Here, no, just resigns. Yeah, Oparin was shredding. Tearing Nick's pieces apart. Is this Joe Bruin? Yes. Did he change his channel? No. So I'm still at twitch.tv/Joe Bruin. But I also run the Collegiate Chess League. This is me during my day job. Streamer by night. No, I haven't been streaming that much recently. But thanks for recognizing me. You're the only one whose game hasn't started yet. Yeah, it's tough to say. I think we're having some issues on chess.com. Your game hasn't started yet either. I don't think you'll have to wait an hour for the next round. I think we're just trying to make sure that things run smoothly, and then from there it's smooth sailing. Yeah, if you weren't on late, or if you see that your marked as not online, but you were online, please email Judith, and I will send out that email. You just did. Okay, great. I think we also just got another email. Why did they switch colors of the pairings? Did they? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wonder. I would like to fix that if possible. Of course, but one and three have different pairings. I don't know even which one's one and which one's three. I know they removed live chess, but we did this same thing last weekend for the Rapid, so I don't think it's that. So this the standing sheet round one, it just has like a like what, this squiggly line? That's just maybe a guess, I guess, on who they're playing. I don't think that's official. I don't know. I think it's probably because people have been withdrawing up to the last minute. So it shifts. You enjoyed the rapid last weekend. That's good. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I have no idea why this is happening right now. Because we know it worked last weekend, and for whatever reason, either the players aren't online or it's just simply not working. Um, if it's not working, that's just unfortunate, out of our control. If players aren't online and that's the reason, then I don't know. I don't know like how we're supposed to tell who's not online. I think it says though. Round two, I would assume, is being delayed. Yeah, chess dude guy. This is the online college Blitz championship. So it's schools from all over the country playing against each other. I don't think round two has started. You guys should all just be on chess.com/play/online and be waiting. That's the best that you can do. If you're not on chess.com/play/online, then you should not be complaining. You met a guy in the Reed College team. Reed College, is that in Portland? Do you know if they're still there? Do you know if they're still there and still playing chess? Because I don't think they're part of this, but that would be cool. Haven't been in touch in a while. You were there, so you're qualified to complain. Well, was your opponent there as well? Probably, right? Who knows? We're getting a lot of viewers for the chess.com embed. We are waiting. Unfortunately, the pairings are not working on chess.com for players that are online. So we are trying to fix that on our end. But I'm not sure if like the arbiters that are trying to start the pairings and start the matches are not able to for some of them for some reason, and so our team is trying to figure out why. Some of them has worked. Is there anyone in chat that they know for a fact that they and their teammate are, or not their teammate, their opponent are both here but aren't getting paired? Okay, I wonder, who is your opponent? All right, we're getting official word that we will have a restart of round 1. If you played your game, it will count and will not be replayed. All games that have not been played will be started at 10 a.m. Pacific, which is in 19 minutes. So please be sure that you're on chess.com/play/online. I wonder, I think, don't go based off the standings tab. It should be based off round 1. So well, Beast Incarnate, I'm not sure if your opponent wasn't there or if you just didn't get paired or that the match didn't start. It said no black. Well, which color were you supposed to be? if you played your round one game, you should not have to replay it. It it will count. It will stand. If Alvarez wanted to go to school to play in this, he would have to go to a U.S. school. But he could play in the CCL if he's in college, which would be cool. But yeah, a lot of people I know could enroll in like grad school, for example. But I think that you have to be like full-time student and working towards a degree. You can't just be like taking an elective class for the fun of it. So yeah, if you're joining us, we have about 14 minutes before the restart of round one. That's awesome, Beast Incarnate. If you're a college student watching and playing, let us know where you're from. I know Wonder's from U Chicago, but we don't have that many Chicago players in this event. It's actually incredible. If you look at the standings, I think like almost the top like 40 players, they're all from Webster, SLU, Mizzou, UT Dallas, UT Rio Grande Valley, or Texas Tech, besides for like 2 or 3 people. A Wonder from U Chicago. We have On Shaw from Rutgers. Yeah, I think that's it. Those 2 people in the top 40. There's a third player that's not from those schools in the top 43. There's a player from UCLA. We've got Illinois represented. You're playing from UNC, Chapel Hill. You're from Dallas, but you go to UT. Yeah, when people say UT, they mean UT Austin, not UT Dallas, even though you're from Dallas. We have Saibo Wu from Northeastern University at 44. Aiden is at 45. We have UMass Amherst, Thomas Fang at 46. And then 2 more Mizzou players, South Florida player, San Diego player. 60% from Missouri and Texas. The scholarships are juicy. Only 2 people from your team playing. So, I think with the Blitz Championship and the Rapid Championship, it's definitely favoring stronger players, right? Like, even though if you're like a average player with USCF, like you could join this, but maybe you're not as incentivized, right? There's no prizes, just the championship titles. Um, so if we were to do this again next year, which I think we're planning on it, and hopefully it works smoother, of course. I mean, the Rapid I think went well last week. Not sure what's happening right now, but what would you guys like to see different in the format of the tournament? Maybe like an under section. Maybe we split it into open and under. Maybe we add prizes. Hosted on Lee Chess, says a wonder. I mean, I think that they did it last year. Um, and we were asked to do it this year. So that's what happened. I think that because this is a USCF event, you can actually put in a bid to host the event. So if you want Lee Chess to host it, they would have to put in a bid, and USCF would have to choose their bid. Does this event plan to move in person or just online? This event originally was in person. It started in 2019 in St. Louis. This was all, the Rapid and Blitz was just one weekend. And then they moved it online for COVID. When is CCL getting better sub badges? That's a great question. I want to add more emotes, not only to this channel, but also to the Discord server. You need to follow up on that to the university club here in town. Do you want to tell me which one that is? Are you in Portland? Because I know a few schools there with chess clubs. We need a real chess club. I know the club at Portland State. I've visited them. They're pretty good. There's also Portland University. I have not been able to find them. I know Lewis and Clark, they have a club. And I'm in touch with them, so that's good. Haven't visited them yet, but I plan to eventually. Reed College apparently is in Portland, and they have a club, but they have not gotten back to me, unfortunately. I see Subham in the chat asking if it's gonna be OTB eventually. Congrats, by the way. I don't know if you watched the stream yesterday, probably not during your playing, but Eric Rosen said that he recognized you. It was like the first thing I asked him. You were playing against Titus. And I was like, do you recognize either of these players? And he's like, I actually know Subham because he used to be one of my students in St. Louis. So that's pretty cool. All right, we've got about 3 minutes until the next round starts. And when I say the next round, I mean the first round. But I honestly think that a lot of players are saying that they were there when they actually weren't. Like they're like getting on at exactly 9 o'clock, but it's like the match command was probably already sent. Or some people apparently were even like playing games during during the time that the round started. And then people just show up late and then just say that they were there and then complain. But I'm hoping that this goes better this next time around. It's a finicky thing. I think that the best solution would be for chess.com to implement a Team Swiss system, and I've been asking them this for a while. Exposing everyone. No, don't go to live chess. Go to /play/online. Who's the highest rated player that I've ever met, Nick? I've met Magnus. Well, when I say I met Magnus, I didn't like shake his hand. I just saw him. But I saw him in the Singfield Cup before he withdrew. A lot of tile players were getting challenges from Joe Bava. They're not bringing live chess back. Blame the players. I wonder. Don't make me pull out receipts. No, I think there probably might have been some issue. Like I honestly don't like. We're still trying to figure this out. Yo, Jeffrey Zhang with a raid of 181. Thank you so much. Shout out to Jeffrey. You guys are tuning in just in time to see the start of the U.S. College Blitz Championship. Yeah, we're about to start the first round. If less than 20% of the games are starting, it's clearly not the player's fault and on the organizers. Yeah, so obviously not a lot of games started. I think it's definitely a finicky issue. And like I said, we really do need a Swiss team format to be implemented so that it's not a manual pairing process, because that obviously is not ideal. I also just now noticed that this is a fork. Anyways, A Wonder is playing, yes. Although he's not happy. He's not getting paired. And so we actually had to delay this first round by an hour. All right, we've got some games going now. This is Benjamin Gladura versus Devang. He's Players Association president. Are you guys forming a union? No, honestly, like I'm all for players' rights. You guys deserve the right to complain. I'm not blaming anyone. So I do think that some people were. I mean, I was literally told that some players were like mid-game, like playing, but anyways, we're trying this thing again. So we got Gladura playing, so that's good news. And he is playing against Devang. Devang is from Boston University. Is there anything to do with channel points? I don't know. Yeah, I wonder. Like that's what I'm saying is that your player is playing. Like it's not your fault. Like I don't know what, like what's Kevin doing? Like okay. Still being replayed for some reason. Well, your first game should count. So Andre Makove. I'm gonna guess. Let's see. I see it, Nick. Still waiting for your game, Kriari. I see it, Nick. Kriari, what's your username again? Yeah, I'm sorry, I wonder. Honestly, if this doesn't work today, it might just be rescheduled. Which yeah, I understand it's really frustrating. Like I'm also frustrated, so yeah, I don't know, Beast. I mean, there probably is on back end. Um, yeah, Nick. I mean, that's what we do for CCL. No, like I said, we really need to implement a Team Swiss format. So this is kind of rough. I mean, I was thinking like a good workaround would be like players just manually challenge each other, but no, Rapid I thought went well last week, and this is how we did it, and it worked. Yeah, Subham. I'm sorry. I'm literally at a loss for words at this point. So yeah, sleepy. No, I mean they're probably using something to make it's not the pairing that's the problem, it's the match commands that we're using. So, how it works is that we have someone put in a match command on chess.com that will automatically pair two players to play in their match. And so there's a couple of things that could happen. Um, both players have to be at chess.com/play/online, and both players have to be not playing in the game already and ready for their game. So all that has to be ready and in place. And then on top of that, I think that the match command has to go through. And that's exactly what we did for the Rapid last weekend. So it worked for that. I thought it was a pretty good event. And things went smoothly. There's no reason for us to change at that point or do anything differently. Yeah, also a Wonder's opponent wasn't ready or was in a game or both. So it's a shame that a Wonder left. So, but yeah, he definitely was not at fault. Yeah, I think the plan is that we're going to try to finish this event. Yeah, each round should last about 30 minutes. So if we're to do the restart at 10, then the next round should start in 12 minutes. I don't think the event's getting postponed. I think the event's going to proceed. I don't think you should just challenge your opponents, to be honest, but I'm not sure. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back for round 2. Apologies again. All right, I'm back, and the round should be starting in about a minute. So thank you guys for your patience. I think we're going to try to stick this out. So if you're still playing, that's great because you should be expecting your games to start. Please be patient as we're still trying to go through. And this second round, I think, is going to be tough because a lot of players are probably not going to be waiting or as patient as most of you are. But I think that we've determined that the match commands are still working. So again, it's just finicky. Both players have to be at chess.com/play/online. I know I sound like a broken record. Please be trying to wait for your game. We definitely have had some games start, and I don't know how many, but it's definitely enough for us to believe that it should be good. So here I can see we have Oparin has his game started, and I have the proof right here. So Oparin, if you're there, please move. You forfeited. Kriari, I will have to double check on that. All right, Grigori's there, which is great. Is his opponent there though? Is the question. Things are moving, all right? So we're still going to continue the event. As crazy as that sounds, we don't want to reschedule or postpone because I think that we will probably lose more players than if we just continued. So that's our plan. Yeah, you should email Judith for sure. How do you know he's kicked out for round 2, Nick? Also, you should have the player should email. I don't know who Baron is back. Who is Baron? Hey, they're there. Fantastic. Would you look at that? So yeah, you guys definitely try to be aware. We're still doing the event, of course. You all should have also been emailed that just before this round. And we're also going to try to make up for lost time. So we're starting this late, but we did give ourselves, I think, at least 30 minutes per round. Plus there were 2 breaks. So we're going to go to a rolling schedule. So as soon as the next round can start, we're going to try to start it. So yeah, there's going to be, I guess, fewer time between rounds as you would expect. So apologies again for the delay, and I really do appreciate everyone's patience, and I'm glad that the games are starting and we're continuing. So I see Oparin is playing. We have Gladura is playing against T Feng. We have Antipov is playing. We have Luca from Mizzou also playing. Here we've got a big matchup. Tennis Master versus John Michael Burke. So I know Michael Burke had a draw in the first round from what I saw. And Tennis Master. Is this a Webster versus Messer? Unieski Quesada Perez. Well, yeah, we're doing it. Your opponent didn't make a move, Aiden. Well, that's a free point, I guess. Here we got Benjamin Bach playing from Slew against Fish Perfect. Fish Perfect Woman International Master Arena Utiatskaja from Mizzou. Yes. So Mizzou versus Slew here. Benjamin Bach, definitely the favorite. 900 plus rating over Arena. Now Oparin looks to be doing well. This is a threat. I have to go here. Knight goes back. Yeah, Grigori, he's up a ton of time. You could also keep an eye on Gladura's game. Gladura won the Rapid Championship, so maybe he can try to go for a back-to-back, win the Rapid and the Blitz. That would be incredible. But as we all know, Rapid and Blitz are two different time controls for sure. You definitely need to be faster for the Blitz. Of course, that is not rocket science. Yeah, this is looking good for Gladura. He's up 40 seconds. So what's going on in this position? We have opposite side castles. B3. Bishop to H6, threatening checkmate. So G6. The queen. Queen wants to go to F6. Yeah, what an interesting position, huh? Is there like queen takes E5? Okay. There's also this. Bishop takes bishop E7. Wait, why not queen takes? Oh, queen takes here. Ah. Yeah, and T-Fang missed that, but Gladura gets the win. Nice little finishing tactic there. How's Oparin doing? Both players getting low on time. I'm going to say that like every game. Antipov is up a ton of time in his game. How is this matchup between Mizzou and Slew? So, okay, even material. Bishop pair for Bach. Both players less than 20 seconds. Rook on the open C file for Bach. Rook on an open B file for Arena. Queen up to A7. A little pressure on the rook. But the queen is defending it. Knights trying to get into the game. About 10 seconds for both players. This is just going to be an absolute blitz brawl. Rook to B1 attacking the bishop, but there's rook takes on F7, gambiting the bishop, and then white takes, threatening queen to F7. That would win the bishop. Queen. Oh, we just see resignation. What an interesting resignation. I thought you could block this, like queen here or something. But okay, rook takes pawn is another threat. Okay. Yeah, nice game from Bach. He gets a nice win there. Here we have Antipov's game still going on. A rook and pawn in game. Yeah, why not queen e7 is the question, right? I think that rook takes with check. King h8 was the rook trapped there? I don't know. Maybe an early resign from Arena, but she was no longer interested in playing against Bach. Antipov's only up a pawn here, but he's up a ton of time. A minute and 10 seconds to just 10 seconds. White's going to try to hold this to a draw. I mean, the position might objectively be a draw, but in time pressure, there could be issues. All right, so we've traded off a pawn. Antipov has that connected pass pawn now. Vignesh less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3. All right, they pushed f4. Okay, rook over. Rook takes f5, check. So now material is even. King g4, I feel like, would be my move. Trying to get to f3. This is a fork on the pawn and the rook. Check. King f3, and white perhaps thought that the king would take the pawn, but no. Yeah, this is exactly my idea. Now, here, apparently, you need to move the rook to b5, c5, or d5, and it's still a draw. But yes, check here, and king f3 wins. King f3 is mate in 11, so yeah, that's where the time pressure comes in handy. How'd you lose that, Vignesh? Well, you assumed maybe king takes pawn, but no, you allowed king f3. You were up a piece. I missed that. Where were you up a piece? Whoa. Knight d5. What? Oh, but takes here. When were you up a piece? No, not here. Oh. Here. That's messy. Takes. Or, yeah, no, this is where they get you. So it was 2 pawns for a piece, but active rooks, and you gave it back here. I don't know. Maybe that was why. Even pawns, but you lose the H pawn. Yeah, I mean, hey, your opponent's pretty good. He's a second place player in the Collegiate Chess League finals, so, and he was tied for the Rapid Championship, tied for first. It was a 3-way tie. So, nothing to be ashamed of. He's a tricky good player. All right, so that was that. Yeah, I don't know how many games are still going. But I am trying to follow all the top players. So there's that. You think they're all done? Well, we still do need some time to record the results and then get the next pairings going. The results are in. That's good. How do you enter into the tournament? Well, this registration process ended a while ago. Also, John Michael Burke and Quesada drew here. But I thought Quesada Perez Unieski, I thought he went to Webster. Is he not? Rigged. I'm sorry, Nico. Did you not get paired in the second round either? Like what? No pairing, or are you even? Does it show on the? Have you emailed Judith or no? I'm definitely relaying your message. So round 3 might start earlier than that. We're not doing 30 minutes per schedule anymore. I would just be as ready as possible. A Wonder still in the chat. A Wonder you could join back. I think we lost A Wonder's trust. I'm really sorry. I wonder, to be honest, I know who your first round opponent was, and I mean they were just like in a game, so that's definitely on them. But yeah, I I understand the frustration. Like I am also frustrated. So this is really rough, and I can only hope that chess.com can add a Team Swiss format so that it's done automatically. That would be nice. Um, but yeah, for now, I mean, we're trying to just follow the rapid, and like that last round, it seemed like all the games started, right? Like everything went smoothly. So again, it's like I hear the frustrations. I understand that players were there and it didn't work, but like I said, you have to be online, and like your opponent has to be online at the same time, and neither of you have to be playing. So I wouldn't recommend that you guys start playing if you want to get paired. And yeah, obviously this was a tough start. But I think that things are working. So don't know what else to say. We're just the event is continuing, and from what I could tell, the last round seemed smooth. Of course, there's a couple issues still with like players that are being withdrawn when maybe they shouldn't be, or players getting paired against teammates. I don't know what happened there. Uh, I think we're just waiting for the next round to start. Which, according to the spreadsheet, it's just been updated. It should start in 2 minutes. So 10:55 a.m. Pacific. All right, so the game should be starting any minute. Here we go. This is board 1. We've got Grigori Oparin versus FIDE Master Gergana Pecheva. And there we go. The games are underway. Or at least starting. It takes a couple for the games to go. They match them in order of the board number. So Oparin, he's gonna stay on board 1 until he loses, since he's the highest rated player. So his game will start first, and looks like we've got a Nimzo Indian. Castle kingside for Oparin. E4 now. This pawn defended by the queen. E5 from Oparin. Doesn't want white to play E5. D5 from white. Keeping things closed for now. Bishop takes C3. Now pawn takes is needed. If queen takes, there's knight takes on E4. And so now white is left with these doubled pawns. And there's no B pawn here. So the knight is going to land on C5, or at least it was planning on it after bishop here. Probably don't want to do that because bishop takes, pawn takes. There's knight takes on E5. So we see B6 played. This helps support C5 as well as opens up the door for our bishop. Bishop develops. Now white looking to castle, probably kingside. Could castle either way, but kingside's a bit safer with these pawns still here. Knight in, attacking the bishop. Would love to take this bishop. I think that white should definitely move the bishop or defend the bishop. Why? Well, if you could imagine knight takes, pawn takes, we've got these doubled pawns here, and that's not good for white. So now the bishop has moved. This allows for Oparin to put the knight on C5, and this is a really well-placed knight, and we might see the knight come back and put some more pressure on this pawn. This also opens the way for our bishop. So the knight's defended here after this move. This bishop's attacking the knight. This might also invite an f-pawn break at some point. Now, without the knight on f3, Oparin could bring the queen out and threaten checkmate, but decides not to. And we do see f3, but a quick reroute of the knight. The knight now wants to take control over some of these dark squares. Knight into d3, perhaps trying to remove the c5 knight. Oparin trades, bishop takes, and this bishop is kind of locked in right now by its own pawns. F4 is under control. Now, if we put the knight on f4, probably knight takes, pawn takes, and this pawn might open up. But no, we see g5, just trying to control f4, trying to support f4 even further. g3, also fighting for control over f4. Now, maybe bishop comes in. It seems like a reasonable, good move. The rook would move, I assume. Either up or over. Nope, just bishop to d7. Bishop back to e3. Queen develops, rook lift. The rooks are connected for both, was connected for both sides. But white decided to lift the rook to f2. I'm not really sure why. I don't know what the plan is there. f6, kind of a calm passive move. Rook f7 now. So yeah, white has a bishop pair, but black has the better pawn structure. Tons of pawns on dark squares. Notice that opponent only has a light square bishop. So this bishop might be able to attack some of these weak light square pawns later on in the game. Keeping your pawns on dark squares forces them to keep their pawns on light squares typically. And now we see the f4 break. So f4 is in for white. E takes, G takes, and now it's defended by two of white's pieces, attacked by two of black's pieces. This would open the G file, though. This king's already on the H file. This king's still on the G file, so I don't know if opponent necessarily wants to take. He takes with the knight. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Now there is rook takes. There's also perhaps a check, but rook to G7, trying to take over control. And here we see the F pawn is under siege. Rook F8 helps protect that. Queen to F2, tripling up on the F pawn, but bishop H3 now, forcing the rook off the F file. Now the rooks are in the open on the G file, perhaps going to get a trade this way. Trade, queen takes with check, queen block. So Oparin's saying, let's get these queens off the board. I'm ready. Does Gergana agree? Gergana Pecheva from UT Dallas. So now, queens stay on the board. The bishop's hit. Bishop tucks back. This king on the move. King F7. I don't know where the king wants to go. Queen's hit. Back to H8. Oparin was ready for that. Pawn push. We can take that, no? D takes. Looks free. A sacrifice here. And now C5. Another pawn gambit. But trying to get this bishop active. That's worth throwing a couple of pawns away, right? The bishop is more valuable as an active piece. So really nice moves here from Gergana. Bishop to F5. This king is definitely less safe than this king. That is for sure. Look at these pieces, like queen in the corner of the board. This does not look good. Somehow, C4 was the only winning move in that position. So we see another pawn thrown by the wayside. King takes. Up 2 pawns for Oparin. He's down on time, though. Rook coming in. Bishop check, king over. King trying to find shelter now on the queen side. Bishop back. Maybe rook G8. No, rook up. Oh, defending this. Bishop move back was a discovery. Queen wants to enter, but there's no good checking squares there. I feel like maybe queen D8 was a move. Absolute time scrambles on all these boards right now. We have Chris Repka versus Talia. From Slew. Rook and pawn endgames. Yeah, up a pawn for Talia, actually. She could pull off a big upset. Oparin won his game. So let's see. Yeah, he plays here, and there's a nice discovery on the queen. So queen to F8, a nice tactic from Oparin, and gets her off guard with that tactic. Alexei Sorokin versus Selfish Shellfish. Oh, man. And Sorokin's losing. He's down a rook. Who is this? Ezra Chambers from Webster. Taking down Sorokin. That's a big one. Let's go back to this Talia And game here, let's see. Is rook here a thing? Nope. Check, saving the d pawn. This might just be a draw, but of course, time pressure makes a fool of us all. Here we have keep it cool versus binary. Keep it cool. This is Anshaw from Rutgers. Binary is David Brodsky from UT Dallas. And it looks like David Brodsky should win this one. Right? Up a bishop. Looks pretty good to me. Winning the G-pawn as well. Yeah. Bishop check. Nice. There's rook check. King f6 looked good too. Although, I guess that gave up the bishop. Never mind. Check, block. You can, yeah. Check. Over here. Let's see. King here. Yep, threatening mate. And if check, you block with the bishop. That should be it. There we see resignation. We had John Michael Burke against Seaman Conan. Let's see how this game played out. We had an open Sicilian. The Sicilian defense French variation. So Conan gets a pawn there, but is behind in development for sure. Yeah, bishop back. Not pleasant. Ruining this king pawn structure. Knight's getting in here. Trade this off. Rook check. Knight takes. Knight defends this guy. Rook here. This king's super short on squares, actually. This looks really bad. So rook guards the check. Pawn up. Rook to c8. Uh-oh. What happened there? We lost a piece. And resignation. Yeah. Rook c8 was missed from John Michael Burke. Whew. It's hard to cover all these games, for sure. You just drew a 1950. Nicely done. Perhaps you are underrated. Yeah, these games are going by real quick. This is definitely a lot harder to cover than the Rapid Championship. That's for sure. Here we had Andrew Mako play against Cian Rui, David from Webster. So let's see how this game went. Attacking the bishop, trading off for the knight, grabbing the d5 square, trading light square bishops, winning the b pawn, losing the b pawn, knight in, this bishop guarding this very important forking check, rook into the c or the 7th, f pawn defended, knight looking for a trade. That's a blunder. Wait, Mako gave that up? What on earth? Oh my word. Check. King h8. What happens if takes? There's queen takes. Oh my word. So king in the corner. Whoa. Wait. Okay. Take. Knight here. Rook in now. Knight defending. Bishop attacking. King up. Take. Check up. King up. Pawn up, attacking this, defending this. This is a crazy game. Rook here, check. Here. Can we take this pawn? Yes. Back. Attacking, taking here, and oh my word, rook f4 mate. Wow. So what needed to be played here? The move h4, apparently. It's just a draw. Wow, what a game. Siem Rui won by checkmate. That's an upset win for sure. But Rui, I mean, of course, super strong player. Okay, I see the results are being recorded right now. So, yeah, I'm glad things are running now. We had such a tough start, but we're here. And I see Theodoru got paired and won his game. So nicely done there. Yeah, again, I can't apologize enough for the rough start. This was seriously really frustrating. So I can only imagine that it's even more frustrating for the players. Um, of course, we want to get things right, and this is definitely a learning experience for us. You're gonna get paired with John Michael Burke. He's at 1.5. Are you sure? How many people are left in this tournament? When does round 4 start? I'm not sure, but it should start as soon as it's ready. It looks like, I mean, there's still like over 100 players playing, so that's good. Yep, we're waiting for the next round to start. Time to be the GM. Best of luck to you. I believe in you. Benjamin Bach goes to Slew. Yeah, I think Slew is withdrawing, so that's tough. That's a nice tag tip from Gladura, beating International Master Knock. Who is that? I actually don't even see them. Good to see Anna Maria's in there from Webster. But looks like she lost to Antipov. Yeah, round 4 start time should be in 2 minutes. I wonder is not playing anymore because we messed up the first round. So he withdrew. We had a rough start to this event, but I think we've got things under control at this point, and things are going smoothly. Yeah, a lot of players have left. Most players are still here and still playing. So I think ultimately that's what matters and why we're still going. All right, here we go. We got Opine versus Nakachuk. That is Raul Srivatshov. from UT Dallas, of course. Yep. This is round 4 of 12, so we'll be officially a third of the way through. After this round. All right, so what's going on here? Raul with the black pieces. F4 chasing the knight back. Rook on D1 opposite this queen. So this pawn is penned. Bishop out helps protect over this square. Queen steps off the file, threatening the H-pawn. King here makes a lot of sense. King H2 is played. Now a trade on C5, now that it's no longer pinned. So, kind of an interesting setup here. King on the king side, fianchetto, this king having to do some protection work over the pawns. A pawn chain here in the center, giving up the F5 square, punch with the queen. We could see this, although that would drop to this, perhaps. Not self-pinning, putting the queen on this diagonal, and now we see black starting to push some kingside pawns. Rooks are in tension right now. Knight coming in, perhaps eyeing up the E7 square. Nice strong center knight here. We could see a knight check. We could see this, trading off knights. Bishop takes, attacking the rook. Nope, we see a rook left. Bishop takes, there's bishop takes or rook takes. But white looking to double here. Rook lifted. And yeah, you could win this bishop pair with this check if you wanted to. That would come with a couple of trades. Maybe the f-pawn would be weak there. Not sure. B4 is the choice. Perhaps trying to dislodge the knight. The knight is a key defender of this square at least. A4 now, insisting for B5. Here's another big matchup. We got Gladura from Webster versus Raja from Mizzou. Queen check, king in the corner. Gladura with the black pieces. Knight back to C6. Lots of pressure on E5. Both knights and the queen attacking it. Only defended twice. Queen to G3, defending the E-pawn, but also putting pressure opposite the king. Gladura up a pawn. H4, trying to attack this bishop. Rook to the D file. Check back. Oh, look at this. An exchange sacrifice. Knight in attacking the other rook. Perhaps going to F5 to attack the queen. Bishop takes, queen takes. Pins the knight. Attacks the bishop. Ooh, Oparin won by resignation against Raul. So let's see. We did get b5 in. The knight moves. Knight takes, attacking the queen. Rook takes, attacking the queen here. Rook takes, queen takes. So we're up this pawn. And there goes a knight, a blunder after this. Yeah, nicely done from Oparin. Still undefeated. How's Gladura doing? So, okay, the rook, neither rook was taken. How did we get here? So knight here, bishop takes, queen takes a pawn. Knight in, attacking the knight. Trading, rook attacks the queen. Pawn push, and we're up to the live position here. So Gladura is up 2 pawns now at this point. Looking to go for some more, maybe queen f4. Yep, looking for a queen trade. Gets it. Rook's attacking 2 pawns. You could take one with check. You can take f3. Attacking the bishop first. Bishop back, defending f3. You can take on a4, take on h4 with check, then a4. You lose the b pawn, activating the second rook. You've got a passed a-file pawn, which is strong. Rook a2 looks really good for me. Whoa, rook here attacking the e pawn. This pawn could push, or the bishop steps back, defending this way. Yeah, rook a2 I feel like makes a lot of sense. Rook's doubled on the 7th. Bishop defends. There goes the e pawn. There goes the h pawn. There goes the a pawn. Running up the board. It was under attack. 10 seconds for Raja. Oh, rook here. Attack this thing. How do you defend that? Here, I guess you get mated. I think that's the problem. This rook covers the h-file, so you don't have a flight square. So rook comes back. Now pawn push. This frees the back rank. This allows for the rook to come in now. So the bishop moves, so there's no pins. Rook behind the a pawn. Rook attacking the bishop. Bishop back. We could pin it again. Rook d2 not being played. Rook can give checks, but we can block. We can move. King gets out of the pen, attacks the rook. Rook goes to the b file. A check. King attacks the rook. Rook back. Rook check. King has to guard this thing, but how? You can't. There's no king here. There's no king here. There's no king here. That's a piece right there. So Gladura taking down Raja from Mizzou. Here we have Josiah against David Brodsky. Josiah is from Mizzou, taking on Brodsky from, I want to say Dallas. Yep. All right, both sides, less than 15 seconds. Rook and pawn endgame. White's up a pawn. Josiah's got the outside a pawn. Can he convert it? A couple checks. Some more checks. Looks like a perpetual. Just a repetition there. So they agree to a draw. Here we have Rui versus Luca. Rui had a nice checkmate earlier against one of the stronger grandmasters. Now he's playing against Luca from Mizzou. This game looks pretty even. Better pawn structure for black for sure. More time for black as well. So Luca's going to try to push and convert here. Here we have Chris Repka from Mizzou against Selfish Shellfish, who we saw play earlier. This is, I want to say, is it Gergana from UT Dallas? You did not beat John Michael Burke. Unfortunate. Selfish Shellfish is up 2 pawns in this queen endgame. No, this is Ezra Chambers. My apologies. From Webster. Okay. King is in the middle of the board. What is going on? Some more checks. There goes the a pawn. Check, check. Is this king escaping? Check. King f2? Oh my goodness. Check. King e2? Is this just a perpetual? Chris is up a pawn though, so he just won the a pawn. I think we're gonna see perpetual. King gonna try to hide in the corner, but check. King back. Don't do queen e1. Nah, this is gonna be perpetual. There it is. Repetition. All right, a nice draw there from Ezra. Let's check back in with Rui. Has there been any progress? White's got these double isolated pawns. Ooh, this pawn's hit, but you can move it. Put it on a dark square. It'll be safe there. For safekeeping. You could push e4 if you want. Push e4 and then go bishop here. How would you say? Well, you're losing the h pawn though, but the c pawn's under attack. So Rui has a passed h pawn. It's unfortunately promoting on a dark square, so I don't know how helpful it's going to be. Bishop here. Oh my goodness. This allows for the trade of bishops. King is going to gobble the e pawn, and this is going to be a win for Rui. Oh my goodness. This is just a clean win for Rui. Right? Oh my word. Rui takes down another grandmaster. This guy is a beast. Let's check on Antipov, Luca's teammate from Mizzou. He's playing against Traptology. Rook and pawn endgame. He's up a pawn. We have a draw offer and a decline and another offer and another decline. So, of course, Antipov wants to win. He's the higher rated player by a lot, by the way. Who is Traptology? This is international master Aaron Grabinski from UT Dallas. So he is underrated online. Doesn't even show the IM title. There goes a pawn, but the f pawn's pushing. White now has a passed h pawn. You blunder mate against Rui? Yeah. Same with someone else. Check. King over. Pawn push. Rook check. King up. This is interesting. Blocking the f pawn. Now the h pawn is running. Load time for both players. Less than 10 seconds now. Both players trying to see if they can squeeze water from a stone. f2 has been played. Rook f7, threatening to take the pawn. There's rook check. King up. King over. Hold on. I think you can take... Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Pawn push. That's your mistake. This allows for rook f3. What a find from Antipov. Oh, if the pawn was going up the board, that'd be stalemate. No, so rook f2 was a draw there. Rook f2, king takes, and then you run the h pawn, and then I think the rook has to give itself up. That's not easy to find in time pressure. The IM tries to run the h pawn, but allows for this really nice rook g3 check, rook f3, and you're making a queen. And that queen is checkmating you. So nice finish from Antipov. And you see why he declined a couple of draws there. Yeah, the games go quick. The games go quick. I'm trying to cover as many as possible. Let's check on John Michael Burke's game. Now we wait for the next round. I mean, there's probably still some games going. I don't think I'm able to follow all of them. But let's see. Who is the opponent here? This is Aaron Friel from Chapel Hill. He told us that in chat. But let's see how this went. So we have a Sicilian, and it's... Wait, no. This is a Smith-Morra gambit. Nice. Does Aaron know of Mark Esserman? Maybe he could learn a thing or two. So there goes the A pawn, queen trade. Knight takes on E5, a nice tactic here from John Michael Berg. The point is that we can take with check, and this is a discovery on the hanging rook on C2 now. So, yeah, there you have it. Better pawn structure for black, up a pawn as well. Just a simple trade. You've got that B pawn that's running. You win the knight. And you win the game. There you have it. That's you. You made it. Yep. We've got Subham here. Whoa. Subham won against Alexei Sorokin. Holy smokes. Did we see this game? Don't you just love Blitz time control? Man, this queen is being chased all over the board. En passant, trade of queens. Wow, what is going on here? Knight attacking this. Knight to D1, attacking the rook. Trade of rooks. Attacking this guy. King defending that. Rook up, take, and now rook D4. What a move. What a move from Subham. Bishop takes, bishop check. Oh man, this is like so crazy. There goes a bishop. There goes a rook. So down in exchange. Doesn't look great here. Rook sack. Yeah, that pawn's promoting. Nicely played there from, I believe that is Ashish Panda from Arizona State, taking down Alexei Sorokin from Texas Tech. These GMs are college students. Yes, they are. So, yeah, where's Sorokin? Yeah, tough game for Sorokin, but really well played from Mr. Panda, who we saw play in Collegiate Chess League's second division yesterday. So he's got a busy weekend. Here's a game that we didn't look at. Castle versus Injal. So let's see. This is Aram Hakobian from Webster playing against Castle SC. Who is Castle SC? This is Francesco Bortolucci from Texas Tech. Opposite side castles. Pawn storm on both sides. Open H file now for white. An exchange sacrifice. Does not look good for Injal. Trade of queens here. Knight on D3 is contested. Bishop takes on C3. That's a free piece. Yeah, nicely played here from Aram Hakobian. Ooh. Knight check, check, mate. Knight A3. That's a nice finish. Look at this. Strong bishop. Pawn to E4. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. Nice mate. So the Grandmaster from Webster beating a Texas Tech player. Josiah and Brodsky drew. I think we saw that live. Here we had Seaman Common play against Potato Master. Who is this? Potato Master is Nitin Chakoti from UT Dallas. So we're just waiting for the results to be recorded. I think the next round should start in about 3 minutes, 11:45 a.m. Pacific. This game though, did I say where Potato Master's from? This is, oh yeah, Nitin Chakoti from UT Dallas. Conan, of course, is from Texas Tech. Let's see, we had a Roy Lopez here from Seaman playing with the white pieces. Bishop in on the dark squares, keeping things closed on the queen side. And this definitely favors white to play on the king side, right? Playing with the h-pawn, inducing a weakness. f4, take on g6. Here, knight's in. King is moving for the rook on the h-file, doubling on the h-file, trying to defend with the rook. Look at all these pieces back here. Look at how cramped this position is. White check, queen takes. Yeah. If here, oh boy, knight check, king takes is forced. Then we have probably knight takes here, discovery. And we're just, everything's breaking through. That's nasty. Have to give up the queen there to survive just a little bit longer. Check. Takes here, and that's all she wrote, I guess. Rook takes. I guess queen takes, rook takes, rook takes. And you're just up a whole rook there. Wow, what a game. Yeah, the next round should be starting very soon. Here we go. Oparin versus Dragoon from UT Rio Grande Valley. This is a big matchup here. Both very strong grandmasters. UT Rio Grande Valley, they were the winners of last season for the Collegiate Chess League. The last team season, I should say, last school year. So haven't seen much though from their performance in as far as this last fall season, uh, which we saw Oparin win against his teammate Antipov. So didn't quite see as many Rio Grande Valley players as we hope. Hopefully they'll be back for the team season, which we will announce hopefully tomorrow, or at least this week. But yeah, they didn't do as well last weekend either in the Rapid Championship. We saw that's won by Webster, both at the individual level as well as the team level. So Mizzou, I think, came in second place by a half point as a team, as well as second place for the individuals. So Oparin here trying to continue his winning from yesterday during the finals of the CCL, as well as try to have similar success from last week in the Rapid. So here we see him in the Blitz playing against Dragoon. Camille trying to rep UTRGV here in the Blitz. We see pawn on d4, Oparin deciding to take with the bishop or with the queen, and opts for the queen to take. So I like this idea. And the idea is that you don't want the queen to be defended by the rook. Bishop takes and castles, right? That's the whole point, is that the rook is opposite the king, pinning this bishop. So the king has to get out of there. And if you take with the bishop, well, if white takes, then bishop takes, there's a problem because now you can't castle, right? Because if you castle, then there's bishop takes knight, and then your bishop is hanging from your rook. So that's why we see castles and no trade. And now we see a checkmate threat on h2. So that induces g3, and now the queen's in on the light squares. So let's see, knight here could be a thing. Again, threatening checkmate on h2. Prompting bishop takes, and that's pretty good for black because we've gotten rid of this bishop covering the light squares, and bishop f3 at some point would be a very devastating move if the queen no longer protects it. But getting the bishop out also helps connect the rooks for black, bring both rooks to the center, harass the queen. So yeah, knight g4 looks really strong right now. Bishop f5 hitting the queen, also really strong. Opening up the rooks together. This looks really good for black. Black's pieces are all perfectly placed, right? Bishop's strong in the center. Knight ready to go to g4. Rook on the e-file. Queen on h3. I mean, look at that. Maybe bishop here. Yeah, wow, look at this. So this is a queen trade offer, trying to flush the queen out of the light squares, and does so. And now the queen is under attack yet again. So queen decides to come put pressure on some of black's material. Not super pleasant for Oparin to deal with this. Knight g4 is one idea. Knight g4. We could see h4 there. Or knight g4, you could just see h3 actually. And we could be in some trouble. This also puts pressure on the e5 bishop, right? It's under attack twice now, only defended once. Oparin using a lot of time here to think. Under a minute. Dragoon has about a minute on Oparin here, which is a lot in a blitz game. Less than 30 seconds. Oparin's struggling to find a move here. What to do? Bishop to g4, defending the bishop with the queen. Now, queen could take on b7, but that's very dangerous because of bishop to f3. So knight here. Hold on. Knight takes, rook takes, bishop here, rook here. Hits the queen first. There's knight f6 check. And you got to take with the pawn there. If you take with the bishop, well, the knight's no longer defending the rook. And that also opens up the rook here. So takes with bishop would be checkmate. That's not good. So takes with check, pawn takes. Absolutely necessary. Leaving the e-file pinned. This bishop is pinned here, but now the queen's under attack. The queen could take again, like I said, on b7, but then there's bishop to f3. Doesn't look good. Although this bishop technically covers h3, so I don't know. Maybe you could take on b7. Oh, but then this hangs. Never mind. So wait, hold on. This and this are both hanging. Hello? Queen a4, maintaining the pin. And what if this? Ah, queen's back in time now to defend. Okay. Yeah, Dragoon found a way to navigate that situation nicely. Oparin now less than 5 seconds. Bishop into f3. Pawn push. Bishop back. This clears the f3 square for the queen. The queen wants to threaten checkmate. Bishop to g2. We see a trade. King takes. Trade here. Queen check. King back. King up. This is a better endgame for white. Better pawns. This king is defending the f pawn, but the rook wants to come in and join. This is looking tough. Rook makes it there. The rook has been moved to block the queen. We could see a triple up. h5. Yeah. Covering this. Worried about that. Check. Okay. Rook here. Again, this is favoring white, but it's close. Offering a queen trade. Black could trade queens. Doesn't want to. Queen attacking everything. Everything's defended. Rook's doubled. Rook lifted. Rook back. Queen over. We can see some trades. Rook here. Less than 10 seconds for both players. Offering queen trade. Perhaps even forcing it. Now rook and pawn endgame. Rook attacking the a-pawn. Rook's defending trade, but now the second rook comes in. There goes the a-pawn. Perhaps the b-pawn now. White's got the passed b-pawn. They're running it. What's going on? Is this just a draw? King back. King over. Hold on. b7 could be played. Rook trying to cut the king off. Now the pawn push. White's for sure for choice. Can Dragoon convert it is the question. It looks like it's very drawish, but oh, hold on. He's getting rid of his h-pawn. Pawn takes, and you cannot really step the king up is the problem. I'm surprised Camille hasn't played b7 yet. e4. Okay, black has a passed pawn now, but the rook is under attack. Rook goes back, and now the king can lift. Dragoon's up on time. King attacks the rook again. The king lifts again. Still surprised that b6 was not played. Rook check defends the pawn. This forces the king back. Why not b7? They drew by repetition. Yeah, white missed a couple of chances, apparently, according to the engine. Okay, Gladura beat Victor Matvishin, I believe, from Texas Tech, right? Yep. Look at those knights. Trade, and that's an exchange right there. Nicely done from Gladura. Trading off. Just up an exchange. Wow, and a nice simplification tactic. Takes, bishop check, rook takes. Holding on to the A pawn, right? Why? Well, here you can go after the B pawn, but the knight takes defends it. So that's the main reason. But another reason is that you want to keep pawns on both sides of the board in this kind of position because the knight is a close range piece. Knight's really good in one specific area. You split the board into two parts, the knight is going to have a tough time contributing on both sides of the board, unlike the rook, which has a lot stronger mobility. Here, and we see a very simple exchange sacrifice. And we have a4, king back, and resigns, because this king is eventually going to be able to gobble up all of these pawns, and this king is going to be distracted by the passed a pawn. So nice finishing technique there from Gladura, from Webster. Let's see. We had David Brodsky versus Aram Hakobian. Brodsky from UT Dallas against Hakobian from Webster, Roy Lopez. And we see a lot of shuffling here. D5, pushing the knight back, and now C6, kind of blocking in Aram's light square bishop. A knight to F5, knights are connected, knight takes with check, pawn takes, so this voluntarily doubles the B pawns. Knight dives in now to D6, pressure on the bishop, takes, wins the C pawn. Interestingly here, and that leaves the D pawn isolated. But this knight on E6 defending it on a light square. So F4, queen here. This allows for the trade of rooks. And now the knight gets dislodged. This weakens D4 significantly. And now bishop to F2. Rook takes. Threatening to take on D8. So black declines the trade and is now down 2 pawns. So nice game here from Brodsky, international master from Texas. And let's see how this continues out. Whoa, wait, whoa. What? Brodsky was doing so well, and then time pressure came in, and then he crumbled. This looks so good for Brodsky. But Aram Hakobian, being tricky and sneaky, he wins the E-pawn. Knight blocks with check, king up, and then H5. Look at these moves. Do you see that? Queen H2, I don't know what prompted that, but that was probably a mouse slip. Crazy stuff there. Crazy game. Incredible turnaround from Aram Hakobian. Well done there. Okay, we had Quill Logic, Aiden Carey against Chris Repka. Queen H1 was mate. Was it? I guess you couldn't stop that. You got crushed. All right, let's check it out. Aiden, a strong player at 2294, but he's up against a grandmaster from Mizzou. This is a classic Illinois versus Missouri rivalry matchup. So let's see. Yeah, pawn takes, threatening D3. Maybe there was knight takes F4. Oh, but then just d3 anyways, right? And the rook is hanging on a1. But maybe you sack the exchange. Anyways, it was not to be. Castles queenside for both players. Rook takes, and then f3. You'll exchange sacrifice for 2 pieces. And the bishop pair? Yeah, bishop pair versus a rook. That's a strong combo. Here we have queen to d4, and rook takes on e6, a piece sacrifice, but then followed with rook f2, and that's the game right there. Check. Sack the rook for the bishop, but rook takes first with check. Queen versus rook, and a ton of pawns, but it was not to be. Check and queen block. I'm surprised by that. I am surprised by that. He lets you take on b7, but under promotes to rook with checkmate. Tough game. Okay, we've got Alexei Sorokin versus Zhao Zhang. We saw Zhao Zhang draw against John Michael Burke. So let's see how they do against Alexei Sorokin. Will Eric Rosen be here today? Nope. He is busy. He was invited, but he unfortunately had plans. So, but yeah, he was here yesterday. It was a good one. Eric Rosen did the Collegiate Chess League finals commentary the last 2 seasons. So, you should expect to see more from him in the future. So, okay, rook and pawn endgame. Lots of shuffling, but unfortunately, king f3 here. Yeah, rook here, and we needed to play knight to f2 to defend. So black is definitely way more active, and here we see the e-pawn is getting taken, and actually resignation at this point. Wow. So, yeah, you can't really defend against a lot of threats here. If you're a freshman in college next year, I can play in this. Yeah, you can play in the Blitz Championship for USCF. Because that is for college players. As long as you're going to a U.S. college, you can play in this event. Now, if you want to play in the Collegiate Chess League, which is what we normally are covering, then yeah, you can play in that regardless of what school you go to, because that is an international event. All right, so I think our next round should start in about 5 minutes. So I'm actually going to take a quick break of 5 or 6 minutes. It's going to start at 12:10 Pacific. So I'm going to be back. So thanks for watching and tuning in. Just stick around because we'll have round 6 starting in about 5 minutes. And yeah, that'll be our halfway point of this tournament. So I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We've got round 6 starting. Looks like we've got Mikhail Antipov against Benjamin Gladura. This is a big matchup here. Webster and Mizzou. Gladura, of course, the winner of the Rapid Championship last weekend, representing Webster. And looks like we have a Roy Lopez here, and knight to d5, attacking the bishop on b4. So bishop comes back. Now the e pawn is hanging. Does black want to take it? Perhaps. Both sides could castle as well. I don't know much Roy Lopez theory, unfortunately, but I figure these players are very confident and comfortable in this kind of position. So yeah, if the e-pawn falls, then maybe there's queen e2, maybe there's just castles, maybe, whoa, king over. Hello, is that a mouse slip for castling? Must be. It has to be. There's no way that's a move. And if so, that is unfortunate for Gladura. Yeah, I mean, in some lines you play king f8, but I don't think this is one of them. Another idea, maybe you could take on e5 and then play for d4. Yeah, let's see how Gladura tries to work his way out of this. So starts with bishop e7, just offering perhaps some more defense over f6. Also getting out of any d4 advances, which we see now. D4 also opens up the way for the bishop. Are there rated Blitz tournaments in person? Yes, there are. I don't think so for the Collegiate Chess League or College Chess. I mean, there's you would have to find like a local club to do something like that. All right, knight takes on f6, bishop takes, and this clears the way for the d5 square. Perhaps white will play d5. Nope, just taking the knight. Pawn takes on e5. This opens up for the queens to be traded, and now knight takes on e5. That is a nice tactic there, and c6 is hanging. c6 might be grabbed, and it is. Bishop out. Now this looks to take back the e-pawn. But we have e5 first. So if bishop takes, there's pawn takes on f6. Now black would be getting a pawn back, but at the cost of the kingside pawn structure. Now, it might not be the end of the world because it's opposite color bishops, plus you open the g file for the rook, but Gladura decides bishop to e7, and now the knight's got to move, and Antipov will keep his 2-pawn advantage. So let's see where the knight decides to go. You could take on e7, but again, opposite color bishops might not be the best endgame to go down, even up 2 pawns. But he decides to do it. So Antipov is confident in 2-pawn advantage to convert here. But the king is now lifted. The rooks are connected. f4 is played, holding on to that center pawn. Now f6, we could play en passant, or we could leave our connected pass pawn on the e file. Minute and a half for about both players. We do see en passant, and pawn takes back, not king takes. So interesting decision. This opens the g file. Look at this bishop on b7. It's a very strong piece. Controls the full diagonal. Bishop e3 develops now. Bishop c5 would be a check. Hello, Don. How are you? Rooks are now connected for white. G2 is hit by the rook and the bishop. So you either push the g pawn or you play rook f2. G3 is played. And now f5. Rook to e1, threatening discoveries. King to the f file on a light square. Bishop to e4. Yeah, that's a really good bishop. King steps up, rook over, bishop to e5. White saying, hey, I can do the same thing. And on top of that, white has this nice resource, g4. So let's see, c5 played, looking to play c4, creating another outpost for black's bishop. The problem, though, is that no matter where the bishop wants to go and create an outpost, Antipov has a pawn that can disrupt it, right? So b3 was played, that prevents c4. And yeah, if bishop goes to e4, then white has g4. So that just is going to undermine the bishop, isn't going to have the best of homes, right? Here, you can go here. Instead, rook here, defending the bishop. Rook d2. This is looking to double on the d file. So here, I think the bishop has to move. I don't think you can afford to let the rooks double. I think you would lose a piece. So we do see the bishop move. We do see the rooks doubled, and we see a trade of rooks. And now rook to d7 is an idea. That wins the h-pawn. But black is trying to be tricky and trying to open the a file. Here we can give another check. We can also take the pawn. So the pawn has been taken. The king has not a lot of squares to work with, but black can open things up, right? Take on b3. Nope, they just play a3. They want to play bishop to b1, attack the a2 pawn. Rook check. Where does the king go? The king could go forward and get checkmated. King d5, there's rook d6. So that is probably not the move that Gladura is going to play. Both players at about 30 seconds. Gladura is down 3 pawns at this point. That is a lot of pawns. More pawns than you'd like. I expect king to f7. Now rook check. I think, yeah, rook wants to go to d6 to help protect in case bishop b1. Right? You don't want to give this guy up, and this guy's going to be 3 pawns away. Here, now I think we play b4. Take, and your pawns are pretty ugly. Push, and this pawn is just still isolated. Now, remember what I was saying earlier, though, is that these outpost squares that black's trying to make will not be as good because the base points can be contested. Well, if you push b4, then the bishop gets in there. Attacking a2, of course, rook to d2, defending. And now the c-pawn is running. What is this, a 4-pawn advantage at this point? That's a lot of pawns, huh? c4, kind of a random pawn push. Now it's under attack. The king's defending. Bishop back. King's going to go to b3. I like that. Now the h-pawn's running. Very logical. H-pawn's still running. Now bishop to f8. Just defending everything. Rook d6 is a check. Antipov wins by resignation. So yeah, probably a mouse slip there would be my guess. All right. Luca playing against Carol. What's going on here? Oh, rook here's a threat. That's going to win. Rook takes is a huge threat because that's a pin too. Rook up. You take and take. But no, this is just completely winning for white. Who's beating Luca right now? FIDE Master Carolus Juxta from UT Dallas. All right, I am missing a lot of games. Another grumpy here. This is Anna Sargsyan, who we saw play yesterday in the Collegiate Chess League playoffs. This game ended in a draw. Let's see how this happened. Andrew Mako is a strong player. So is Anna. Both international masters. So e6 is a strong push. Takes with check, rook takes, queen steps up, rook goes back, e6, rook attacks the bishop, bishop's defended. So you trade here, rook to e6, attacking the queen, and now pushing e5, queen steps in, e4, that's a gambit, and not trading rooks. Doubling on the f file, queen trade, rook takes on f2, bishop takes on d6, there goes the g pawn, there goes the a pawn. Wow. h5, trade, rooks doubled, rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes on a6, rook takes on c3. And we have the pawns traded and a very clean, simple draw at this point. Nice game. Ooh, we have Antipov versus Rui. Rui was doing well. He was beating all the grandmasters, but perhaps Antipov was too much at this point. We have a nice Joko piano, one of my favorites. And knight reroute to g3. Trade on e4. Knight on f5 is really nice. But now queen takes on c3. Queen takes on b4. Rui's up 2 pawns here, but oh, look at this. We needed to play g6 apparently. g6 or queen takes e4. Yeah, well, knight goes backward, but there goes h6. Oh, and bishop to a3. What a move. So queen for a rook and a minor piece. Nice check to get out of this the pin. Rook here. Rook takes. Rook check. Takes. Check. And yeah, you're losing the knight. You're losing the game. So nice moves there from Rui or from Antipov, right? Taking on h6 and then bishop to a3 is a miss from Rui. So nice conversion there. When was this? I'm seeing a lot of, we have Antipov versus Gladura is actually the game that we watched. These are some old games. We had Oparin versus Aram Hakobian. So what happened in this game? So a strong center from Oparin. F3 and G4. All out attack. G5, H4. Rook to B1. So where is Oparin's king going? Does it matter? B4, knight goes back. King to D1. En passant. C5. Rook left. B5. Pawn takes. And I mean, that looks like the sacrifice of the piece. I mean, what's going on here? B5 and D takes C5. Queen check and then take on A6. C4, king steps aside. Rook takes, queen takes. Rook to the C5. Oh. Is the queen trapped after bishop a6? That's incredible. That's an incredible queen trap in the middle of the board, no less. So Oparin gives up the queen for a rook and minor piece. King up, bishop takes, queen takes, knight's connected. Queen's threatening e3. Takes, check, check, king up, rook over, and yeah, Oparin loses. I think this is his first loss. The hands of Aram Hakobian from Webster. That's a big result from the Webster team, taking down one of the clear favorites of this event. All right. John Michael Burke played against Tan. Who is Tan? This is Women International Master Tarini Goyal from UT Dallas. Yeah, I don't think that we're having a break for lunch. I think you're gonna have to try to eat and play at the same time. All right, the next round is underway. We've got Dragoon versus Antipov now. So Dragoon has played against both of Mizzou's top players. I believe Dragoon and Oparin just drew, right? Yeah, they did. So, yep, the next round is just starting. We also have Chris Repka from Mizzou against Benjamin Gladura from Webster. This is another big pairing here for the Missouri teams. We have Oparin versus Andrew Mako from UT Dallas. Hello to Theodore. All right. Which game should we keep an eye on? There's so many. We're going to have to go through a lot of them once the round's actually over. We also have Josiah versus John Michael Burke. Okay, let's watch Dragoon versus Antipov. I think this is the board one. The board one match. Antipov is at 6 right now. So he's got a perfect score, actually. Dragoon is in second place with 5.5. So both of these players are undefeated. Dragoon has a draw from Oparin. So, yeah, we'll see. Oparin wasn't able to beat Dragoon. Will Antipov be able to? Will Dragoon be able to get a win against Antipov? Give Antipov his first loss of the tournament? Well, Dragoon's got the white pieces. He's also got the space in the center. Knight to g4 is a nice move. Attacking the bishop on e3. That's a strong piece. And if bishop takes, which we see, there's going to be the open of the h file. So rook on h8, strong piece there. What's going on with that? We see Dragoon just continuing with b4. Just attacking on the queen side. Antipov not castled. King in the center. I wonder if g5 is a move. g5 and probably there's like e5. Wow, he's played g5. The point is that the f pawn is pinned to h2. But yeah, I thought e5 looked good. I don't know. And what's wrong with e5? e5 opens up the bishop on the light squares. The long diagonal bishop on c6 would be a powerhouse piece. So e5 might not be sustainable. Instead, we see queen to d4 attacking the rook on h8, and we see e5 played. This is nice. Queen takes on b6, okay, but I mean, there's like, what, g takes on f4? Look at all those pawns, dude. I mean, yeah, Dragoon wins the b pawn, but Antipov wins the f4 pawn. And yeah, white could trade queens, but g3 looks like it's going to hurt. And that open H file is just favoring no one but black. And it's favoring black a lot, in my opinion. So we do see a queen trade. Bishop now in. Rook lift. I mean, castle queen side. Is that an idea? D6 first. Bishop back. And now you can lift the king to like E7 or D7. Our dark square bishop is pretty bad, though. I'm not going to lie. Antipov has a knight for a light square bishop. The knight could go to D5. I think one thing that Antipov has to worry about is that king to E7, there's knight D5 with check. But if king to D7, then the king's a little bit more exposed on the D file. White would put a rook on the D file, and C5 would be an issue. Here, going rook to C1, interestingly, also still probably preparing for C5. Now the king steps all the way up to E6, so there's no more checks. No pins or anything you have to worry about. B5, nice move here from Dragoon, a trade, and that opens the C file. Knight now into D5, and the bishop on C7 is hit twice. Now, in fact, we could still see knight C7 regardless of the bishop moving, because that's going to be a fork on the king and the rook on A8, forcing black to take on C7, and that allows Dragoon to infiltrate on the 7th, attacking the bishop on B7. The problem is when the knight moves, the pawn on E4 will be hanging. So after bishop to A5, black's threatening bishop takes D5, winning a pawn. Now, is it a good pawn? I don't know. That B6 pawn looks pretty passed, and it's protected twice. And if black's not careful, white's going to roll the A pawn down the board as well. So Antipov has yet to use the open H file, right? The rooks have been connected for a few moves now, but no rook left. In fact, trying to trade off here. Almost a defensive effort here from Antipov. Material is still even. Both players less than 15 seconds on the clock. Knight check. King back. Rook up. That defends the E pawn. Less than 10 seconds now for Antipov. F5 played. Attacking E4 yet again. Bishop now under attack. 2 seconds. Rook hit. 1 second. Oh my goodness. Bishop back. There's bishop takes. Pawn takes. And then you take on G5. Or I'm sorry, F5. No, the bishop's hit, and then the rook can move with, or the knight can move with discovery. Oh man, king E6 is mate. Knight check. You can take on E4. You can take on D6. Pawn push hits the rook. Oh, fork. This gets an exchange. The B pawn is hanging, but oh, there's no way to stop that. Bishop takes. Or F4. Holding on to the E pawn. Bishop takes. No, he takes with the rook first. Bishop takes, if you play rook to B1 pin, there's this bishop A6 check, which we see here. And look at those pawns. Oh man, you can't stop F2. That's completely winning for black. My goodness. Yeah, those pawns were just storming down the board. And they're going to promote soon. So Dragoon resigns. Antipov, he's perfect. 7 for 7. That is Dragoon's first loss. Wow. All right, Gladura still playing against Chris Repka. What's going on here? Rook and pawn. Black is up a pawn. And looks like black is winning. Chris Repka going to get the king over. So there goes the F pawn. White is going to try to promote and get black to sack the rook, but this king on D4 is sprinting back and is going to be in time. Let's see this technique. Where's the king gonna go? The king has to move here. King moves. Rook check. Rook back to the F file to defend the pawn, but now rook to F2, and that's gonna win the pawn and win the game. Nicely done from Chris Repka. So Mizzou getting some points against Webster and UTRGV. This is a good round for them so far. How did Oparin do? Oparin beat Andrew Mako. So, yeah, that's even more points. Points against UT Dallas as well. We have an open Sicilian. This game looks to be opposite side castles. Nope, black does not castle. Oparin elects to keep the king in the middle of the board, and we see h6, pawn break for white, trading off here, keeping things closed on the queen side. Trade off here. Bishop on the long diagonal for Oparin. Bishop to c3. That does not look pleasant. Not going to lie. But bishop to g5, and Oparin trades off here. Trading here, but now these pawns are separated. Trade off the bishops, and yeah, look at this. This king is going to walk his way in on the dark squares. What just happened here? I don't know what happened. No, I thought white was going to get after this, but played b4 for some reason, giving up that pawn. There goes the a-pawn, and wow. So Oparin wins this one. This king was not able to infiltrate with the pawn here and the bishop here. So nice defensive efforts there for Oparin to guard these dark square pawns with nothing other than a light square bishop and some other dark square pawns. Even though they're all isolated, they did a key job of keeping this king out. By the time the king got here, after the bishop left, the king was in time. And so this bishop is just going to come back, and this pawn is going to promote. So, yeah, no stopping that a-pawn. So that's a huge round for Mizzou. Let's check on Josiah and John Michael Burke. This was a draw, which is actually a good result for Josiah against a strong grandmaster from Webster. Here we have an exchange sacrifice, it seems. Perhaps an opening gone wrong for John Michael Burke. What is going on here? Queen's Gambit accepted. E4, B5, A4, C6, takes, knight out, and A6. I mean, this is probably some sort of theory, but looks good for Josiah, right? Just up an exchange. Okay. So the game continues. Trade off. Pawn lost from Josiah. But the queen is infiltrating, preventing castling. Knight hits the rook. Queens are just staring off at each other and finally trade. And now d5 is d4 is defended. The king enters the game. Not taking on d4. Kind of interesting. Instead defending b5. Whoa, an exchange sacrifice. For bishop takes. Nice, fine. So rook for 2 pawns and the knight. And yeah, trading off here, and it comes down to Josiah just up a pawn. So check, takes. So he's up 2 pawns now. Loses one of them. Whoa. Knight and 2 pawns, and oh yeah, it's just a draw. Whoa, knight to f6. Funny. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, let's see. Round 8 should start in about 5 minutes. Here we see Anna Shamatova versus Alexei Sorokin. So Anna Where's Anna from? Anna Shamatova is from UTRGV, Woman FIDE Master against Alexei Sorokin from Texas Tech. With the black pieces. He's got a really strong pawn center. That's for sure. Anna putting a lot of pressure on d4. A lot of pressure on c4. Knight here adding on to that. But there goes the d pawn. There goes the c pawn. Oh boy. What's going on here? Takes, takes, takes. Rook takes with check. Queen takes out of the rook. Rook takes, pinning the queen. Queen takes and queen takes. Bishop pair for Anna. Queen's coming in for the a pawn. B pawn is hit. King steps up. There goes the b pawn. Tempo on the bishop. Bishop attacking this guy. Queen over here. Takes. Knight hits this. Bishop here. And then check. Knight here. Yeah, no, this is game over. Yeah, she resigns. So that's tough. Can't miss this. I guess what needed to be played at this point is there's a couple moves. Bishop e3 is one of them. Because that guards the knight move. It also likes, apparently, bishop to f1. Anyways, she was in time pressure. Good game from Sorokin. So yeah, we have Antipov, Seoul first. In second place, we have a four-way tie right now with 6 points each. Aram Hakobian from Webster, Victor Matvishin from Texas Tech, and Chris Repka from Mizzou, and Harshit Raja also from Mizzou. We have Oparin in a three-way tie for third from Mizzou, Camille Dragoon from UT Rio Grande Valley, and Anna Sargsyan from Webster. And then we got a ton of players with 5 points. Gladura and John Michael Burke from Webster are the top two. But yeah, next round should start in about 2 minutes. There's another game we could look at. We've got Lucky Luca versus Tan, who we saw play earlier, Tarini Goyal from UT Dallas. So let's see how Luca did. Luca from Mizzou. We have a Queen's Gambit declined. A Fianchetto Knight for Tarini. Trade of light square bishops. Opposite side castles. Trade here. Knight and knight takes, hits the queen. Queen steps back. B3. Pawn takes. Queen attacks. But trade here. You win the A pawn. So this is looking good for Luca, who's up some material. He's up the past B pawn, so that looks good. Trade here, take here. Tempo there. This is just, that's really unfortunate. A mouse slip there. That's not good. Yeah, you don't want to see games end like that. All right, and then we had Drew. I believe this is Drew from Purdue. Let me see. Yeah, it is. Cool. He's playing against Seaman Conan. And how did this game go? So we have a Scotch game. A couple pens being implemented here. Yeah, there goes the e-pawn. There goes this thing. So what happened here? Castles? Oh, all right. No time to review. I'm pretty sure Conan won that game. Should be no surprise. Yeah, he did. No offense to Drew. Khan's a good player. All right, we've got a Roy Lopez here. Aram Hakobian from Webster versus Antipov from Mizzou. Okay, so Aram with the white pieces. Knight c3. Bishop developed. Black's looking at castle. Short. Same as white. White still needs to get the bishop out and the queen out. I feel like d4 is a common move for white there. a3 has been played. This gives space for the bishop, and we see the bishop tucks back immediately. This gets rid of any tempo that black can get with either b5 or d5. So nice little defensive move here. We see d5 anyways. Bishop to g5 attacking this knight. This knight is defending these light squares in the center. So we see the bishop now is able to develop, try to counteract this bishop. Rook to the e file. h6 is played, so now the bishop's asked a question. If you go backwards, there's knight takes. And if you take, bishop takes. So do you want to give it the bishop pair? The answer is yes. Bishop takes back, and now followed with knight to d2. Now, what does this do exactly? Well, it reinforces e4, I suppose. Not that it needed it. But it also gets out of the way of the f-pawn. Okay, it's rerouting this way. The knight perhaps wants to go to g3 or e3. You don't want to go to e3 right now. I'll tell you that much. Why? Because d4. That's a fork on both your knights. That's not ideal. G3, you could go and try to get into f5 at some point. Both players just above 2 minutes. I think black is definitely for choice here. Probably, stronger center, better developed pieces, right? Really strong bishops. White has spent a couple of these last moves shuffling the knight to go to g3, perhaps to go to h5, just attack the dark square bishop. But black has also already connected the rooks. The queen and rook are doubled on the d file. White is a bit behind development here. Oh, I'm already thinking about certain sacrifices, right? Lots of pieces attacking these light squares. Pawn here just to negate the knight. Queen now joining the party. This helps support a little bit. Bishop steps back. Another point of this g6 move to create some space, and queen here puts pressure on the bishop. Knight to e2 now. Trying to trade this piece off, which makes a lot of sense. Now, if we take and take, looks like we want a pawn, but then this falls, and maybe more than that falls. So, got to think twice before you try to take on f4. In fact, after this last move, queen d6, I think that it loses to take here. This pawn takes comes with tempo. We can't take back even, and this is going to fall next. So, no taking. Just rook over. Now opposite the queen, which is always pretty solid. Antipov is a little low on time. Antipov is also still flawless. The question at this point is, can anyone beat Antipov? And is it going to be Aram Hakobian to do it with the white pieces here? Antipov now under a minute. Knight takes on e2. Queen takes back. h5 from Antipov. Perhaps getting ready for h4. Either way, the knight comes back. I think the knight wants to go to e3. Maybe not. Queen off the d file. Doesn't like being opposite the rook. So goes to e7. Maybe looking at h4. Okay, knight to h2. And looks like the knight's going to come back to where it started. f3. Yes. I actually like knight f3 a lot because you're threatening to take on d5 and then win e5, I think. I suspect. We see bishop to b3 instead. And what's the point of this? Well, the bishop was technically hanging on a2. So we don't want knight f3 and then pawn takes on e4, right? But it's interesting. Once the bishop defends itself, black tucks the bishop back. Black now less than 20 seconds. Aram is still over a minute. At about almost a minute and a half. So, yeah, black closes the center but helps open up Aram's bishop. Can it be put to good use? Knight now into g5. I thought like bishop h6 looked good. That was a check though. So maybe bishop h6 is coming. Maybe we need to play h4 at that point. Wait, when did the queen? I thought the queen was defending this knight. Maybe it moved. Okay, bishop on d5, strong outpost. Oparin is playing another grumpy Anna Sargsyan. Yeah, strong outpost there for the bishop. Forming a diamond formation here. Is b4 in order? b5, b4. Attacking. Opening up lines. Antipov down to his last 15 seconds. There's the increment. Aram under a minute now. Queen to c2. Rook to c8 opposite the queen. Queen to a2 now. Pawn takes, bishop takes. Less than 10 seconds for Antipov. Trade here. There goes the a pawn. The f pawn's hanging. The queen might be infiltrating. Black's pieces are scrambled. Queen steps back, defending the pawn. Rook to the b file now. Rook wants to go to b7. Rook lifts. That guards against b7. We could still play it. Also, that lifts off the back rank pressure. Oh boy. Bishop to g8 is a check. The rook's defended by the queen now. Well, that's threatening check, but not quite mate. Less than 2 seconds when he made that move. Doubling on the bishop. 3.1 seconds. Oh my word. Queen comes back, right? Or queen here. 1 second. Attacking the queen. Queen here. Queen defends the rook. Oh my word. Wait, is there rook takes? Oh my word. I don't know what's happening, folks. Bishop takes, queen takes. Oh my god, what a game from this guy. Queen here. Or queen here. No, you lose the f-pawn, so gotta defend the knight. The f-pawn's hanging. Queen here, threatening rook takes, and then queen takes, so the knight's gotta move. There goes the f-pawn. Antipov winning a pawn, but he's so low on time. It's seriously stressing me out. Knight diving in, trying to fork on f7. Knight check on f7 is going to land anyways. Queen is on the a file. There's a check. Queen doubled, threatening knight g5 check. Discovery on the bishop. Queen back to defend. Is this enough? Oh, the knight. Everything's hitting the bishop. You can win it. Knight takes, queen back attacking the G pawn. There's knight check. Is there mate? King on the run. Pawn push. King has two choices there. There's no more checks. What on earth? Knight here defending. If king takes, queen takes. No, but the rook's defending the pawn now. What are we doing? King up? This can't be good. This can't be it. Queen's coming in. Knight fork. Rook takes. Pawn takes? What? Didn't even take? Queen check? Would have been something. Oh my goodness gracious. Antipov somehow, some way, flags Arum. Absolute ludicrous game I just witnessed. Down a piece, but so much counterplay. Holy smokes. Knight here, rook takes. And if king takes, that's mate. And if pawn takes, h4 was mate. Oh my word. No way. That's just crazy stuff there from Antipov, who is undefeated, 8 for 8 now. Who's going to stop this man? That's insane. What a game. Incredible. So crazy. Okay. How did Oparin do? He beat Anna from Webster. You got mated up 12 points of material. That is unfortunate. You still loved it. That's good. That's what we're here for. All right, Queen's Gambit. Oparin with the bishop pair now. Anna not trading the dark square bishop. Oparin giving the light square bishop back. Getting the queen in. There goes the F pawn. Oh, check, check. Takes, takes. There goes the D pawn. Anna's up these pawns, man. How did she lose this one? She gave up one pawn. A lot of checks. A lot of checks. And Anna's playing to win. But there goes another pawn. There goes a... yeah. Nah, the connected pawns here, that always wins in these endgames. So, unfortunate. She could have probably taken a draw, but she decided to play on, and that's what cost her the game. So, Oparin with the win there. We had Chris Repka versus Victor Matvishin. And Repka comes out on top. So, yeah, there's not enough time to watch all these games, unfortunately. Wow. Look at this. So queen, so first off, the knight's under attack, and if the knight moves, you lose the h7 pawn. Queen here says, all right, take my knight, I take your bishop. And Repka says, all right, h3. I'll attack everything of yours. So queen check, king up. Now queen takes, rook takes. Pawn takes, bishop saves itself, pawn takes. Rook's trying to get in here. Rook attacking here, bishop here, very strong move. Pawn up, rook trying to defend, and does so. Defending, losing the c pawn, but the bishop check, pawn check, rook check, pawn check, rook check. Pawn push, rook trying to do something here, but we're doubling up now. Bishop guarding this check. Bishop in, looking at this, and that. Or this, I don't know. Rook here, rook here, bishop check. Rook takes, bishop is forked. And the rook's now forked. Oh, nice game there from Repka against Matvishin. Victor Matvishin is from Texas Tech. He was in 3rd place. I think Mizzou's going to win this event. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. They're doing fantastic. Trying to get their revenge against Webster from last weekend, perhaps. But you never know until the very end. I mean, last weekend we saw in the Rapid. Oh, I see we actually have a break now. So it looks like we have a break for 15 minutes. All right, if that's the case, I'm going to take a break because that's what the standings say. But yeah, everyone, thanks for being here and playing, and appreciate the patience again. We do have a 15-minute break, so you're welcome to take your 15 minutes now. We'll be back. We're starting the next round at 1:15 Pacific. All right? All right, so I will see you back in about 15 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are about to begin with the 9th round of the U.S. Collegiate Blitz Championship. So after 8 rounds so far, we have Mikhail Antipov at top from Mizzou. He's at a perfect 8 for 8. In second place, we have Chris Repka, also from Mizzou, with 7 out of 8, only 2 draws. In third, we have Camille Dragoon from UT Rio Grande Valley. And in fourth, we have Grigory Oparin, also from Mizzou. Oparin and Dragoon are tied at 6.5. They both have 1 draw against each other and 1 loss. So yeah, it's definitely in favor for Mizzou here. Mizzou's looking good. They're doing good. They're doing really, really good. Really well, I should say. But yeah, we still have 4 rounds left, so the next one should be starting shortly. Let's finish strong here. At least that's what Mizzou's thinking as well, right? They're in the lead for sure. They don't want to give it up, and only 4 rounds left to clinch the win for them. So that'll be a good result for this Mizzou team, who came in second place last week to Webster. Webster's top player is Aram Hakobian, who we just saw lose an incredible game to the number 1 player here, Antipov. Their next best player is John Michael Burke, who won their last round and is looking to continue that. The next player from Webster is Unieski Quesada Perez. So a lot of players here tied at 6. Only the top 4 are at 6.5 or better. This is still a really fierce tournament with all these top players from these scholarship teams. Here it looks like we've got a game underway now. We've got Antipov against Alexei Sorokin. Antipov, of course, is our number 1 player with 8 out of 8. Alexei Sorokin. Let's see. Sorokin is at 10th place right now, repping Texas Tech. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, the name of the game is who can stop Antipov. Antipov has definitely done a good job playing against a ton of really strong players. He beat Camille Dragoon. He beat Aaron Grabinski from UT Dallas. He just beat Aram Hakobian from Webster. So, yeah. Now he's playing up against Alexei Sorokin. So, let's see. We have a Sicilian. Opposite side castles. So, this is going to be a fighting game here. Knight takes the bishop. So, Sorokin has the bishop pair. F5. And that looks pretty good. Maybe bishop to c4. If you don't want to trade bishop for knight, it's either bishop c4 or bishop takes b3. And we see the bishop take on b3. Probably didn't want to take back with a rook on c4, perhaps. Or bishop c4 and like Antipov just brings his bishop out somewhere. And now we see b5. So taking space on the queen side, perhaps going for b4, hitting the knight. Okay. Queen and rook doubled now on the c file. So if the knight moves, c2 will fall with check. And a devastating one at that. So we see rook to h2. And that helps support c2. And now knight to b6. Keying up some of these squares. Although all these squares are guarded by the pawns, but this does keep the knight out of d5. Oh, no board on stream. That's my bad. Here, let me show you guys what you all miss. So this is our open Sicilian that we saw. Opposite side castles, like I mentioned. And we see the trade on b3 from this bishop. Because after f5, the bishop is more or less trapped, or at least forced off the board if white wanted it to. So taking on b3, and now both sides just expanding for the attack. So queen here, rook h2, defending c2, knight in. As I mentioned, all these squares are guarded by pawns, but this knight helps protect d5, as knight d5 would be kind of annoying. And now we just see Antipov continuing the attack. d5 played, knight takes, and now either pawn or rook takes. Taking with a pawn, I think makes sense, leaving rooks on the board, keeping some room for attacking, and that's actually a pawn sacrifice there from Sorokin. Pawn push comes with a threat on the rook, but probably not a good move. Yeah, hard to say why Sorokin played d5, but here we see bishop to d6, blocking the d pawn and lining up opposite the rook, but still, I'm not too afraid of e4. Maybe like e4 would be good as a clearance move, but we just see queen to e4 blocking the e pawn and helping support this pawn. Rook here, and now like white's just knocking on the door. f6 played, and bishop here, that's gonna hurt. And if pawn push, pawn break. So no, this is looking absolutely fantastic for Antipov yet again. Antipov is playing fantastic. Okay, g6 played, and I mean, you got to go h5, right? I don't know what else you would play. h5, you're guaranteed to open the h file, and the king looks like a sitting duck. So, okay, bishop h3 instead. Developing a minor piece with tempo on the rook on c8. Rook lifts, and now h5. Pawn to a5. H file has been opened, but oh, that allows bishop to e6 check. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Queen takes g6. Oh, what a move. Threatening queen g8, and if pawn takes rook h8 mate, and we have a resigner there. Holy smokes. That game was less than 5 minutes. Antipov just shredding the position apart. Absolutely beautiful queen sacrifice. Antipov is not going to be stopped. He's at 9 out of 9. 3 rounds remaining. Incredible stuff that we're witnessing right now. All right, let's check on Chris Repka versus Kamil Dragun. This is Antipov's teammate, Repka, from Mizzou. Dragun, of course, from Rio Grande Valley. And looks like this pawn's going to be caught. So Dragun's going to be up a pawn after this, actually. King stepping up, but there's king takes d2. No, there's rook f2 check. So if rook takes, that allows the king to get in. But rook check, if king here, there's rook check. And rook takes pawn, so the king just has to come back. So yeah, this is not looking great for Repka, but these rook and pawn endgames, they tend to be draws. But anything is yet to happen still. Here's a big game, John Michael Burke versus Oparin, and looks like John Michael Burke is up in exchange, a rook for a knight. So let's see how we got here. So we have a Italian Gioco Piano. Bishop over, bishop hits the rook, and yeah, rook to g6. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen back. So there's the exchange. Knight takes the bishop. Some fighting on the queen side. And Oparin's very low on time. Less than 20 seconds. John Michael Burke over 40 seconds. Going for a rook trade. Oparin forced to trade off his last rook. Pawn push from Oparin. Kind of running low on squares. Kind of running low on moves. Knight back to d8, defending the c-pawn. Bishop trying to trade even more. No choice here for Oparin. Something was getting traded off the board. The h-pawn's hit. Rook hitting the knight. Queen defending the knight. Queen looking to transition to the dark squares. Queen wants to go to h4. Knight in now. Queen h4 is played. Oh, Queen a7 check. Oh, it's a huge blunder from both players. Queen a7 still there. Oh my word. Oparin missed it. Mutual blindness there. I mean, that was a big mistake when both players just missing the check. I mean, yeah, it's not so easy to find, but holy smokes. That rook was just hanging out there. All right, back to Chris and Camille. Those rooks and pawns, and looks like all right, rook a3 is a move. No, king moves. Camille's for choice here, up a pawn. Repka low on time. Rook back over, king is up, king is entering. King's gonna go to b6. Rook wants to take on g3. No, can't afford it. White's gonna win that race. So rook goes back to defend the pawn. Are we at a stalemate here, so to speak? How to make progress as white. Check. Defend. Maybe rook c3. Nah. Rook over. Oh, threatening rook g5 check, but this blunders the g-pawn. But there goes the h-pawn. So now white has a passed pawn. The b-pawn is hit. The a-pawn is hanging. If you give it the b-pawn, your h-pawn is going to fall too. Here, check. King to c5, check. King over. Such low on time. King back to c3. Yep, the checks are going to run out. What's the plan here? Okay, rook's hit, but the rook wanted to go down anyways. Attacking the a-pawn. What's going on here? King back. There's rook f2 check. Rook here. King up. Check. King up. No more checks. No more checks. There goes the a-pawn. Now rook g6. Look at how far off this king is cut. That does not look good. In fact, I would go as far as to say that it looks bad. There's a check, but then king here, and then the pawn's going to push, and you're going to repeat that process. Dragoon able to beat Repka. All right. John Michael Burke, he beat Oparin. Yeah, Oparin missed the queen check. Let's see. Here's a Grandmaster matchup. Aram Hakobian versus Vinaya. Well, you haven't watched any of Vinaya's games yet. Vinaya is Ivan Shitko from UT Dallas. So let's see how this one went. UT Dallas versus Webster in this one. So bishop pair for Aram. Knight hits the queen. Nice knight here, hitting all the dark squares. Trade the bishop for the knight. Double isolate the b pawns. Going after the f pawn. F pawn saved. Queen's in. Trade of rooks. Knight's hit. Here. Queen takes. Rook up. An exchange sacrifice. Bishop takes. Check. Queen takes. Knight up. And look at these pawns. All in tension. Pawn check. Pawn push. And yeah, sack. Queen takes. You're just down a whole rook at this point. That's too much. And that's winning. Easily. So yeah, nicely done there from Vinaya. Taking down Aram Hakobian. Okay. Andrew Mako versus Seaman Conan. So what do we have? Sicilian. An attack on the king side. Castle's opposite. Rook up, knight in. Bishop takes, rook takes, pawn takes, king back. Queen and rook versus queen and rook. There goes the h-pawn. Check. Queen back. Force the queens off the board. Lose the f-pawn. But the h-pawn's running. Check. You get the e-pawn. Another passer. And take. Cut the king off. Run the other pawn. Up a c-pawn. And let's see this technique here. Just resigns. Yeah, the king is gonna zigzag his way until there's no more checks, and if rook over here, then we promote. So nice finish there from Mr. Mako. All right. Let's see. We had David Brodsky versus Benjamin Gladura. What happened in this one? Okay. Queenside castles. Opposite side castles. Dislodging the knight. Take on d7. Bishop skewer. Bishop comes back with a fork. But then there goes the knight. That's not good. Bishop here threatening mate. Offer queen trade. h5. There goes a rook. There goes this rook. King takes pawn, but we're up a bishop. And force the queens off. This should be a routine win here. Notice the bishop also same color as the promoting square. And that's all she wrote. Yeah, king here. I'm wondering, I guess here to just block the king, but maybe taking on g6 would have been fine. All right, we have Luca versus Traptology, who I believe is an IM from Dallas. Let's see. Where is Traptology? Oh yeah, this is Aaron Grabinski. Wow, he's in 5th place. But maybe not after this round. Definitely not after this round. So, Luca from Mizzou. Strong player as we've seen. Trades here. Bishop takes knight. So we leave the light square bishop on. Trade that off. Knight versus bishop here in this endgame. Knight swinging around. This looks good for white. Lots of pieces pointing at the king. Black trying to get some time back. Check. Queen over. Threatening knight takes. There'd be queen takes. Uh-oh. Pawn push. Trying to distract the queen. Attacking the rook. Trade off here, and these pawns are too strong. Uh-oh. But there goes that pawn with check. There goes that pawn. And now the other pawn's joining. Push, queen, queen, queen block. Yeah, if rook takes, we get mated. So there's no flight square. So blocking with the queen here. Both sides with 2 queens and a rook. Queen takes with check. Block. Queen f7. And then rook mate. Crazy. I know. 4 queens on the board. This is completely normal. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, both sides just absolutely getting mated left and right. So here, apparently, we need queen d to g6. Yeah. Just a casual queen block. If queen g to g6, then rook c6 apparently is good for white. So, yeah, crazy stuff here. Pawn block and the queen sack. Oof. Queen block. Yeah. So, what a game. What a fun game. All right, so I think we're just waiting on the next game to start. Let's see. Round 10 is set to start at 1:40 p.m. Pacific, so that's in 4 minutes. Looks like we're going to have Antipov versus John Michael Burke. We're going to have Luca versus Dragoon. All you need is 4 queens. Well, you just need 2 queens. And perhaps a queen sacrifice. So, yeah, Antipov, he's at a perfect 9 out of 9. Second place is Camille Dragoon with 7.5. We have Raja and Repka from Mizzou. In the next few spots, we've got Ivan Shitko from Dallas, Luca from Mizzou, John Michael Burke from Webster, all with 7 points. And then we have Oparin and Josiah with 6.5. Anna Sargsyan from Webster, 6.5. Andrew Mako from Dallas, 6.5. David Brodsky from Dallas, 6.5. And Unieski Quesada Perez with 6.5. So, yeah, top 13 players, 6.5. We have Rui from Webster with 6. Yeah, bunch of players with 6. So next round starting in about 2 minutes. So can John Michael Burke beat Antipov? Or at least get a draw against him. Antipov will have the black pieces, so Burke will have at least white odds. Yeah, what was that game? Antipov, crazy comeback against, I think it was Aram Hakobian. That game was incredible. All right, here we go. Board 1, John Michael Burke with Antipov. 9 out of 9. 3 rounds remaining. E4, E5, an Italian. Joko piano. No fried liver attack. No knight G5 from Mr. Burke. Bishop tucks back. Rook to E1. Maybe preparing for D4. Bishop tucks back. Knight in, attacking F2. Rook up. Queen to F6. That's interesting. H3? I feel like H3 is the thing. Nope. Knight over. Maybe going to F1. G5. So the knight on D2 temporarily blocking the bishop. Queen to E1. So Antipov, he's full sending it. He's going all out here. No fear. And John Michael Burke just quickly Queen E1. G5 doesn't phase him. So now what? H5? I think Queen E1 helps support this a little bit because maybe the plan was sack, rook takes, and then pawn push. Just maybe. Pretty sure that would win an exchange for Antipov. Is this a line? Do people play this? I guess it's being played right now. But now Antipov is thinking. He is thinking. He's using a minute here. John Michael Burke and some time odds. H5, there it is. Continuing the attack. Very logical. Right? Just full send, all out. He's cutting to the chase now. D4. Trying to block out that dark square bishop of Antipov's. Rook to the G file. Mr. Burke, he's under siege right now. Bishop into D5. Not sure what this does. I don't know if you want to take on C6. All right, knight back, hits the bishop. I don't know if black wants to take on D5, though, because you open the E file. That could be dangerous. B4 played. Attacking on the queen side. C6 and get that bishop out of there. Bishop tucks back. Knight in. Trying to get into F4. I like knight F4. I think we need to move our knight on D2. So like knight F1 makes a lot of sense. In my opinion. Because I don't want a knight on F4. That would trap the rook on E2. So John Michael Burke spending some time back. Clocks are about even, a minute and a half. Also, knight F1 or knight C4, this opens up the bishop attacking G5. So I'm really expecting knight F4. Knight F4 played, hitting the rook. So you either take the knight or you move the rook. So the knight is taken. This opens the G file though. Rook to D1. Both players just over a minute. Antipov now under a minute. We've seen Antipov just is not affected by time scrambles. The guy just plays with speed, even in the scrambles. It's incredible how accurately he can play like that. All right, we see king to f8. Stepping off the e-file. King's like, I don't want to castle queenside. I just want to be on f8. I'm chilling over here. Absolutely chilling. So, up about 30 seconds is John. b5 hitting the knight. Both knights hanging. Knight a5 hitting the c pawn. And the knight on g4 is still hanging. I don't even know if white wants to take it, because that's going to open up a lot of trouble for white's king. 20 seconds for Antipov. Do I save the c pawn? Do I save the knight? Knight goes back. Do we take on c6? Hold on. h3 is hanging. Knight c6. Bishop h3. g2 is hanging. What was your plan? Did Burke just forget about g2? There's rook takes g2. What on earth? Pawn takes e5. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with these moves. Antipov takes queen to g6. This is threatening like queen, rook h2 check, and then queen g2 mate. Okay, knight forking rook and queen. 2 seconds for Antipov. But you can't take the rook. Now the knight's hanging. If knight takes rook, queen takes g2 mate. I don't think the c6 pawn grab was good. Antipov down to the last 4 seconds. The knight is hanging. If the knight moves, rook h2 is going to be mate. Queen takes knight. Threatening bishop discoveries. King is in check. I mean, bishop takes f7. I don't see what else you're doing. Okay, to be fair, if the bishop moves, the rook on g2 hangs. Queen takes knight. Okay, where's the mate? Bishop here. Rook takes pawn check. King back. Wait, but just queen mate. Wait, but the king escapes on d2, but then there's takes. Knight checkmate. Oh my god. There goes Antipov. He blunders mate in 1 with bishop takes b3. Why not? He could have taken here, but he didn't want bishop to take back. Wow. But what did he need? What did he need? Bishop takes f2 is one move. And then you promote to a knight? No. This is crazy. He just needed to guard the mate in 1. He needs to take the rook and then just like play rook e8 or something. Like, and he's just completely winning. Or I don't know. Just knight takes here though. I really don't know. That's just really unfortunate though. To go so well and to end it like that. So it turns out the time pressure finally got to Antipov. All right, how's Luka doing against Dragoon? Both players less than 10 seconds. The Blitz tournament is just crazy. All right, 2 pawns for Dragoon, and they're running together. And this king is stopping the pawn. King's attacking here, defending here. There goes this pawn. That's defended. You can't take this. That's going to fall. Pawn's pushing. This guy's going to push next. 2 seconds for Luka. King takes, trying to promote. And now it's just up 2 clean pawns. Pawn push and rook b1. And you can't stop that. So Dragoon wins. Repka versus Vinaya. How's this going? Rook and knights. Knight blocking the rook, but there goes the G pawn. There goes the H pawn. Rook here, maybe. No. 2-pawn advantage for Vinaya. Doesn't look good for Repka. This is looking like a rough round for Mizzou. How's Raja doing against David Brodsky? 3 pawns and rooks versus 3 pawns and rooks. Looks like a draw, but black has an isolated pawn and white's got a better king position. But still should just be a draw. I mean, we've always seen these mistakes. Okay, Oparin beat Quesada. Perez. Here, let's watch the games that are still going on. Chris versus Vinaya. Both sides, less than 10 seconds. Check, saving the knight. Check. There's another check. No. So black is up a pawn. White's trying to play king f4. No. Knight here, forking knight and rook. So trading here. But I think we're going to catch this pawn. Yep. Rook g2. Rook takes. Should be good enough. Or king takes. I wonder how long... Okay, they just traded immediately. I was going to say, I wonder how long that game was going to last. Okay. Wow, so John Michael Burke snaps Antipov's win streak. So Antipov can be beat. All right, so Luca beat... Oh, we already watched that. Yeah. This game was a draw. We saw Dragoon beat Luca. Antipov lost to Maton 1, incredibly. In incredible fashion. Let's see, what... This is incredible that Antipov lost this game. Just saying. Here, queen takes with check. King here. Queen takes, and this is apparently Maton 3. Rook g1 check. Oh, that's brutal, brutal, brutal. Rook g1 check. Or apparently bishop to g4 check as well. So he went this way. How's bishop g4 check? King takes g2. Bishop f3 check. Or f3. King g1. Queen g3 check. Because this is pinned. Oh my goodness. King f1. Take here. King e1. Take here. Bishop takes. And queen takes f2. Incredible. That or bishop f3. If king takes. Wow. Wait, no. Queen g4 is mate. Queen g4 is mate. If backwards anywhere, queen mate. Oh, that's tough for Antipov. That's tough, dude. That's tough. What did he went all the way back here. He went all the way this way. That was not it. Still completely winning with f3. King back. Queen g4. F takes. King here. And then he can take on d1 with check, but he cannot take on b3 like he did in the game. Rough. 97 mate. Alright. So Antipov goes down. Raja and Brodsky, they did draw. Just attacking on the queen side. Brodsky yet to castle. G files opened up. Looks like the H-pawn's gonna fall. But no. Brodsky gets both F and H-pawns. I mean, this looks pretty obvious. But what's wrong with this? Queen takes A2. So king defends that. Bishop here, attacking the E-pawn. Bishop defends that. Here. And, okay. Interesting move here. Right, like here, I thought, maybe queen takes H6 now. I don't know. What's wrong with that? Okay, well, queen here. Tagging the bishop, defending. There goes the F-pawn, defending everything. There goes the H-pawn, defending it. Tag the bishop. Oh, bishop takes. Bishop takes. Queen takes. Raja getting like everything back. And they just draw. Yeah, weird game. Pawns were not cared for in that game. All right, Tennis Master and Oparin. So let's see, Sicilian. How much of this game did we look at already? Queenside castles for both sides. Queen in the center. Rooks in the center. 3 pawns versus an isolated pawn. E-pawn's defended. White takes on the H-file. Uh-oh. What's going on here? So rook's doubled on the E-file. Bishop takes, pawn push, bishop back. Rook hits the queen, trade off here. Rook takes, and after all that's said and done, white's up a pawn. So, but black has the bishop pair. Check and mate. Oh my word. Here go king d1. Oh my word. Grandmasters blundering mate in one left and right. In one game favoring Mizzou and the other not. So Oparin gets a sneaky mate there on c1. King forgot about these bishops, man. Oh man. All right. So now Andrew Mako versus Josiah Sterman. 2 international masters. Queenside castles for Mako. An attack. The pawn, trade here. Queen takes. No castling for Josiah. But a discovery now. Bishop takes with check. And now queen here. Castles. Rook takes, rook takes. Trade of queens. Take here. Uh-oh, the knight's a little short on squares now. Black saying, what you doing with that knight? Knight's cut off, but the pawn forces the rook to move. That allows the knight to come back. Knight's defended in time. Still cutting off squares from the knight. Takes, bishop takes. So that wins a piece for Josiah. Yeah, nicely played. Nicely played for sure. Josiah just instinctively cutting that knight off, making it pay for getting behind enemy lines. And a couple of checks. Win a couple pawns. Stopping other pawns. And winning with the bishop. A nice game from Josiah. Against Mr. Mako. Check, check, check. Take, check, and queen. GG. All right, here we've got Aram Hakobian. Or is this? Yeah. Okay. Versus Crazy Girl Begim from Mizzou. playing the U.S. Championship. The Women's Championship. Wow. Rook takes bishop. That's a nice move. They make it look so easy. They know what they're doing. Knight takes, rook takes. Trade off. King up. Check. Bishop back. Take. Check. Block. Take. And yeah, bishop check. Pawn takes. And there's a queen on the board now. So what an exchange sacrifice from Aram Hakobian against Bagim from Mizzou. All right. So our next round should start in like 4 minutes. 2:05 p.m. Pacific, it says. We will still have Antipov in first. That's how good he was. He's still in clear first after losing. He's a half point ahead of Dragoon. And John Michael Burke is now at 8 for the clear third. And then we have a 5-way tie with 7.5. Oparin, Repka, Raja, Sterman, and Shitko. So 4 of the 5 players at 7.5 are from Mizzou. They're Blitz players through and through. What's up, Kim Stud? How you doing? Oh, rook takes, and that's a skewer. Nicely done there from Aram Hakobian. Okay. We had Sorokin versus Eskidit. Who is that? That is Gergana Precheva from UT Dallas. And how did this game go? So we have an English. Both sides castle king side. Taking the A pawn there from Sorokin. A gift perhaps from his opponent. Bishop hits the Bishop hits the rook. Rook lifts, and now the E file is under attack. Bishop to F5. Blocking the rook, so defending the pawn, hitting the queen. Rook's doubled now. Bishop hits the rook. Bishop blocks, but now rook takes. Back, rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, rook check, bishop check, king here, and that is checkmate. Nice little find there. Yeah, this was not a good play, apparently, but a really good move here from Sorokin. A nice tactic. That's like kind of like a puzzle rush kind of sequence that you'd see. All right, we had Seaman Conan against Baron is back, who we saw play against Oparin way earlier in the tournament. Knight takes with check, queen takes, queen saves itself, but there goes the rook. So yeah, fork here from Baron. Who is Baron? From Carnegie Mellon. Cool to see him in here. And looks like he's beating up on a international master. Let's see. Bishop takes h3 though. Trade rook here. Uh-oh. Bishop back. It's an exchange. Bishop hits the queen. Pawn push. Queen in. Huh. Whoa, bishop takes rook. That's not good. Here. Takes that. Yeah. So, good start for Baron, but Not enough. All right, Vinaya now versus Antipov. So again, Antipov sole first, 9 points, but he had a hiccup against John Michael Burke. He blundered mate in 1, and now it's Vinaya. Ivan from UT Dallas. This is round 11. So this is the second to last round. The winner is still to be determined. Antipov trying to clutch it. Can he do it? A win here would be really good. It's not a guarantee, though. I think it would guarantee like at least second. Maybe not. Dragoon could win the next two. Which would be 10.5, right? In order for Antipov to guarantee first, at least he needs to get 1.5 points. Or Dragoon could lose. So let's just see. Who's Dragoon playing against? He's playing against John Michael Burke. So yeah, John Michael Burke, he just beat Antipov. So, and Antipov beat Dragoon. Either way, these are some big games. We're going to keep an eye on Antipov against Vinaya. Vinaya's in 8th place right now against UT Dallas. Mizzou has 5 of the top 7 players. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy. The only other 2 players in the top 7 is Camille Dragoon in 2nd and John Michael Burke in 3rd. And they're playing each other, right? Yeah, this is actually a big game here. This is number 2 versus number 3. These 2 players have the best chance at catching Antipov for the individuals. So we'll see. I think they're going to need some help from Vinaya to hold Antipov back. So we'll see if Antipov can put destiny into his own hands. Looks like they've already traded queens off. Bishop pair for both sides, opposite side castles. The rooks are a bit more active for black. But white is punching first with g5. Knight goes back. Knight dives in, attacking the bishop. Bishop tucks back. Maybe h5. Feels logical, right? A logical continuation. Maybe we start moving the bishops and try to attack d6. Maybe not. Yeah, like bishop b4 looks strong. Bishop e3 maybe. No, bishop back. I think maybe that allows for d5 because the bishop on d3 was help supporting the knight, right? But now this pawn is a little subject. Pawn takes, bishop takes. So pawn push feels right. This is a weak square. Rook comes back, just prophylactic defending, it seems. Bishop wants to come this way, supporting this guy. Knight's coming in, supporting all these squares. Antipov's up on time. Knight comes back, trying to box out this knight. Offering a bishop trade. Knight back, hitting this. We could take here. You need to take back with the pawn. If you take here saying I'm attacking your rook, we take here first, then take back. Or we can take on c4. Then we could see bishop takes. If black doesn't want to double, no, they take with the pawn, and now bishop to c3. This helps support b2. It blocks the pawn push because this pawn is pinned, so there'd be no bishop takes. Maybe doubling at some point is an idea. Yeah, not taking on e6. Still. Lifting rooks, maybe doubling. Rook takes, bishop out. Maybe rook g2. Rook back to h1. A curious move. f6. So both players have dark square bishops. Rook's doubled on the g file. The h pawn is weak. Rook g7 is going to win that. So bishop blocks, but now rook here. Kind of a peculiar move. Maybe rook here? Doesn't seem right. I don't know. What's up with that? Takes. There's no rook check to trade because we get back ranked. Rook's going after this guy. Pawn push makes sense. There's still rook check. I think rook check is good. I feel like you want to get out of that. Also, making luft for the king tends to be a pretty solid choice. h5 feels like another move. Yeah, I like a3. Or no, a3. No, there's no bishop takes because the bishop's pinned. b3. Okay. So now the back rank issue has been resolved. Maybe a5, a4 though for black is another idea. Okay, bishop hits the rook. Oh, that's a discovery. This is a trade offer. Wait, is there like rook h7 check, rook g to g7 doubling on the 7th? Normally that looks really good, but that's because a lot of pawns are typically on the 7th. Black has already moved all the pawns up. It'd still be good though. Okay, trade off, rook over. Now there's no longer a5. Check, king up, rook attacking the f pawn. Kind of a hard pawn to save. I think you just take on a6. Rook takes. And now the b pawn is running. Antipov, less than 20 seconds. The e pawn is running. This is a close game. b5 is played. Rook to f5, attacking the b pawn. King back. Is the p pawn hanging? No, the f pawn would then be hanging. Or you could just trade like that. Bishop up to f2. You could still push the b pawn. But the problem is bishop on f2 is guarding e1. So they want to play e3, e2. Rook behind the b pawn. Also, the b pawn is guarding. Yeah, here, because if rook takes pawn, then there's rook takes on f6, fork. So bishop back, rook up, threatening to promote with discovery. The king's got to move, and does so. Bishop here. Where's the plan? Bishop's guarding the promoting square. Bishop's guarding e3. Check. You could block, but no. King to e2. Both players less than 10 seconds. Bishop to e3. Looking to trade. Bishop back, hitting the rook. This is going to win the b pawn. Rook over, take the h pawn. Running the c pawn. Is it going to be caught? White's being very defensive. And now the king is on the back rank. That's not where you want to be. This is looking good for Vinaya. Antipov Sard is so strong. He was at 9 in a row. 9 in a row. Black wants to push the pawn, but then there's rook takes e4. Now rook hitting the bishop. Bishop back, hitting the rook. Rook pinning. You can get a check to get out of it. King steps up. Another check. King steps up yet again. Not going to c3. Doesn't want to deal with the checks. Who's winning? Bishop goes here anyways. Rook hits the bishop. There's a check. Probably not good. Here, pawn push. You can't take the rook. Oh, giving up the bishop. Rook back, pawn push. Bishop back. It's going to be a bishop versus 2 pawns. Black's pushing. Black has the only chance to win. That's maybe not true. It's likely just a draw. It's likely just a draw, but hold on. Hold on. Check. Can we take this? No, king here? What's happening? What's happening? Is black winning? Check. King up to defend. F3. Is there rook check? Rook takes. Bishop takes. And if king takes... Oh, dude. Rook and pawn... Or rook and bishop. We saw like 3 of these during the rapid, and it was just a nightmare. Because some players lost, others, won. Dragoon and John Michael Berg drew, by the way. Oparin beat Alexei Sorokin. Aram Hakobian beat Chris Repka. Luka beat David Brodsky. Conan beat Rui. Andrew Mako beat Selfish Shellfish. Yeah, so this in theory is a draw. Unless white messes up big time, then it's win. But odds of this is very low. And we have a draw. All right, so Antipov loses his first game and now draws the next one. So he's still in sole first, 9.5. He is only a half point ahead of Dragoon going into the final round. So Dragoon could pass him with a win and an Antipov loss. Antipov is in position to win outright with a win. But yeah, other than that, if he draws, then he could tie with Dragoon if Dragoon wins, and tie with John Michael Burke if John Michael Burke wins. So, or is that right? No. John Michael Burke needs a win to just tie Antipov if Antipov loses, because he's a full point ahead of him. So yeah, let's look at some of the games that we missed. So Dragoon versus John Michael Burke. We have a 4 knights game, so that's fun. Double isolate the F pawns, that's not good, but bishop pair for black. Harassing the rook. Straightening out the pawn. So bishop versus knight. Doubling the F pawns to take it back. Trade off everything here. There goes that pawn to save this one as well. There goes the H pawn. Check, but the rook defends. Pawn push. Check, king up. One after this guy. Another check, put the king in the back. Takes here. And rook and pawn endgame to a pure rook endgame and a draw. So there was that. Now here's Oparin versus Sorokin. So d4 for Oparin. Look at this. So f3, knight a5, bishop takes with check, pawn takes, king back. Trying to defend everything. And perhaps doing so. Queen in, queen check, queen takes, knight hits the pawn. Rook up. Check. Attack. Just being pesky, really, is what chess is. Check. Takes. Check. Push. Attack the bishop. Push. Attack the bishop with the threat of promotion, and you can't stop them both. So really nice technique there from Oparin. All right, the 12th and the final round will start in 9 minutes. So I'm going to keep going through some of these games that we missed, and then maybe I'll take a quick break. So here's Aram Hakobian versus Chris Repka. So it looks like opposite side castles, yes. With the H-pawn attack, classic, check. Takes, and now queen takes. Hold on. Oh my goodness. What is... Okay, let's check this out. Let's try to understand this tactic. So the knight's hit, and we hang the knight. We're going after the knight here with checkmate threats. Pawn takes, queen takes, threatening mate next, but now queen to e3 check. And let's see, knight d2, c takes, king b1, and now queen e5. Yeah. Repka missed queen e3 check. He missed after this. Here, takes, queen here comes with check, and the knight helps the queen defend backwards. You take the Gladura rematch. I feel like they're gonna fix it. Okay, so yeah. Chris Repka goes down there. Here we have David Brodsky versus Luka. Castles, getting back the D pawn, fianchettoing. Oh, what's going on here? Rook d2, bishop to c1. Rook takes, bishop takes, rook takes. Knight here attacking the bishop, bishop out. Trade of rooks. Knight's hit, bishop's hit. Takes. That wins a pawn for Luka. Bishop in. We win the c pawn back. Yes. Check. Clear the back rank. Lots of checks. I like this. Rook a1 maybe? Nope. Takes here. This is a passer. Bishop takes, pawn push, 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 push. Bishop's guarding this. Queen anyways. Takes. And now a bishop versus 4 pawns, but that does not look good. Bishop takes, and now just down 2 pawns. Not very good. So, nicely done from Luca. All right, the final round. Looks like we've got Uniesca Casada Perez against Antipov on board 1. Again, the round's starting in 4 minutes, so we've got some time. But yeah, here David Brodsky resigns to Luca. Here's Conan versus David, also known as CM Rui. A very strong CM. Taking down a couple grandmasters today. Also been beat by a couple grandmasters today. Oh, a queen sacrifice here from Conan. So let's see. Pawn takes, rook takes, rook takes. Bishop blocks and rook takes. Wow. So you get a piece and 2 rooks. So a nice queen sacrifice from Conan. Rooks in. Take. Oh, nice mate. Yeah. Yeah, the knight was needed to defend this square. So really nice game there from Conan. Hypothetical 5-way tie for first. If Antipov loses, Dragoon draws, and Oparin, Burke, and Sterman all win. Is that even possible? Let's see. Round 12. So Perez needs to beat Antipov. Dragoon needs a draw with Jacobian. And yeah, Oparin needs to win against Shitko. John Michael Berg needs to win against Luca. And Josiah needs to win against Conan. So yeah, 5-way tie is possible for first, but unlikely. Antipov, he will get clear first with a win, and he will be at least tied for first with a draw. If he gets a draw, then Dragoon needs a win. So Antipov is looking good. With either a draw or a win, he's looking good for a win himself. Dragoon needs a win against Jacobian for best chance. He needs a win against Jacobian, and he needs a draw or a loss from Antipov. So this is going to be the final biggest round here, of course, starting in about 2 minutes. So everyone brace yourselves. Let's see how Aiden did against Benjamin Gladura. Okay, kind of a passive opening from both sides. Not much friction going on here. Okay, the first trade on move 16. Knight takes, bishop takes. Queen trade. D5 is played. D4, I should say. Knight in, attacking the C pawn. Rook's doubled to defend it. E5. Takes. Is the B pawn hanging now? Yes. Is the A pawn hanging now? I guess not. I like H4, trying to pin the rook. Okay, rook gets pinned anyways. Knight in, knight takes. Uh-oh. King takes, rook check. Rook takes, queen check. And rook's going for checkmate. If queen takes, there's queen takes. So, I mean, still probably good. But here, check, take, fork. Yeah. All right, so there goes down Aiden. Stuff fell apart. Yeah. All right, here we go. Board 1, Unieski Quesada Perez representing Webster against Antipov. Antipov giving some time odds here. Come on, Antipov. You've gone this far. Don't mess it up, man. He's given 30 seconds time odds. Someone from Mizzou, get him on their board. All right. He's given about 20 seconds time odds against Unieski Quesada Perez. And Antipov, he needs a draw or a win for first. And let's see, is Dragoon's game going on? Yes, it is. Dragoon against Jacobian. So yeah, I guess the Webster players are playing the role of heartbreakers here. They're trying to prevent some first places. And John Michael Burke, he's another Webster player. Let's see. He's playing against Luca. And yeah, so I mean, they can all do each other a favor. The Webster team, they can really gang up here and try to get a win, because a win from John Michael Burke against Luca, a win from a win from Burke here, and a win from Perez here will be the best chance for Webster to win first place. They also need Dragoon to lose or draw. So interestingly, yeah, all three like Webster players are playing for something, like together as a team. It's an absolute team victory. If all three of them can win, then Burke will be at least tied for first, which would be crazy. So yeah, Webster's top three players, I think they all need to win. Yep, that's right. The odds of that happening though are low. Okay, let's keep an eye with Antipov. This is the important board 1 game. So we have an Italian, a Joko piano, D5, and now F6. So the knight's pinned. King's probably going to go to H8 at some point. And yeah, Antipov has the black pieces. And Perez is giving some time back. So, all right, both at about a minute and a half. We see the move A4, interestingly enough. Bishop to E6 breaks the pin on the knight, although the knight is still sort of pinned. The knight would have to go here to defend the bishop. Rook to the E file, strong move, right? This bishop is technically undefended, so this pawn is a little pinned. Queen now steps up, defends the bishop, so that helps out. Bishop developing. Rooks are connected for Antipov. Let's check on Dragoon, board 2. They've traded a lot here, by the way. Dragoon's also down 30 seconds. Yeah, this is looking fairly even. Same color bishops. I mean, white has a slightly better pawn structure. Is rook c2 a thing? Bishop attacking the knight. Both knights are hanging. Definitely don't want to take because then your pawns are just terrible. So you're going to move the knight. And Jaw, yeah, Unieski. All right, back to Antipov. Antipov under a minute. Yeah, bishop comes back. Queen and rook doubled on the d file. White is engaging, pushing with b5. Knight hitting the bishop. Bishop tucks back. Got some hanging pieces over here, right? Is that a threat? It looks like a threat. This is looking good for Tennis Master here. Or Injal is Aram Hakovian. This is Perez. My apologies. All right. C5. And the point is that the C5 pawn push supports B4. So if pawn push with the double attack, we have the knight move blocking the bishop and saving both knights. Now there is en passant, but then we have knight takes. So rook over, a takes. Now either pawn takes or rook takes. Rook takes, hits the knight. Pawn push, saves the knight. Protects the pawns. This does block the bishop though. Knight back, hits the rook, opens up the bishop. We could trade with check. Rook is short on squares. This also opens up the d-file. This is looking good for Antipov now. Things are starting to feel like they're falling apart for white. Both players less than 30 seconds. This is for the win. Antipov can win the US Blitz Championship. For college players, he grabs a pawn. Queen pins the rook. Queen offering a trade. Queen staying on the board. Can we push this? Not quite. Knight and rook are supporting. I want to get rid of this knight defending this thing. Knight into the game. Short on squares for the queen. Knight over, doubling the rooks on the d-file. Lift square for the king. No more back ranks. Both knights defending the bishop, but both rooks hitting the bishop. Either knight gets kicked, the bishop's going to be falling, but white adding another defender. Queen's in here. Queen's here with check. Queen block. Do we trade? Nope. Doubling on the b file, but the rook's going to get hit. Knight takes. There's rook takes. The queen is leading the attack now, so the queen's going to have to let the rooks breathe. Bishop comes back. Too much heat on the d file. Bishop up. Both sides less than 20 seconds. Knights are maneuvering. Queen is in. Pressure on both knights. Knights are connected now, but on the edge of the board. Rook's doubled on the e-file. This is a strong pawn structure to break. There goes another pawn. That's 2 pawns for Antipov. Queen's in. Knights flushing the queen away, but there's a check, a block. Offering queen trade. The knight's there to defend. Queen comes back. Knight wants to come here, I think. This is looking kind of scary. Maybe knight h6. No, the bishop's there. Oh my god, knight f5. Knight h5. No, h5 is pushed. White had something there. Okay, going for the queen trade. Less than 10 seconds. Keeping the queens on. Knight back. Both sides so low on time. Rook to the d file. Is there like knight f5? I don't know. Knight here hitting the rook. Back. Now the b pawn's pushing. h6 hits. g6 keeping it closed. Knight comes back. White wants to go to g5, but the pawn's going to prevent that. Lots of dark square weaknesses. The knight's hitting the queen. The queen's got to move. Pinning the knight. Bishop up. Knight attacking the pinned piece. Knight takes, but the queen's hanging. But then there's knight check and you take on e8. What's happening? The queen's hanging. Bishop block. There's queen takes. Queen takes, knight takes, rook takes, but the knight's defending that. Antipov, he's up so much material now. This should be a very easy win. Last second and resignation. Congratulations to Antipov for clear first in the US Collegiate Blitz Championship. He started off with a perfect 9 out of 9. Lost his first game, I want to say, to John Michael Burke. and then had a draw, and then in this final round clinches the first place spot. So congrats to him. How's Dragoon doing here? We have a resignation, so Dragoon wins. So Antipov's win was absolutely necessary. A draw would have had him tied with Camille here, who also won against the Webster player. How did John Michael Burke do? Yeah, John Michael Burke won, so he did his job there. But yeah, fantastic finish there for all these players. The players that needed the wins got them. John Michael Burke's teammates, unfortunately, not able to help him out. Let's see. We still have a game here with Raja and Mako. Check. That's mate. Bishop block, and then rook takes his mate. So nice game there from Raja. How'd Oparin do? Oparin lost to Vinaya. Vinaya's good. Vinaya is good. For sure. But yeah, I don't think it's going to matter, though, because I think Mizzou's clinched first place for the team as well as for the player. So, yeah. Really good showing for the Mizzou team. Webster, I think, is in second, although UT Dallas is only a point behind them. Yeah, what a crazy event. Definitely a rough start for us, but we powered through it. We got the job done. All 12 rounds completed. The results are being recorded right now, and as always, we will do a fair play review. Probably going to hear a lot of complaints from some players and teams from the early rounds, to be expected. But yeah, again, apologies for that. And I'm just really grateful for everyone that participated and played and were patient and stuck through it with us, and ultimately finished the tournament. So yeah, congrats. We had a lot of very talented and strong players. First round was tough because I think a lot of people were just confused and maybe not here on time or playing other games or something. So definitely a rough start, but like I said, we powered through it together. So yeah, congrats to all the teams and all the players that played. This has been a fun tournament. We saw some awesome, exciting chess games. Congrats again to Antipov, who absolutely crushed it. Seriously, just a really dominant performance. Clear first out of a huge list of just absolutely talented, fantastic players. And like I said, we're still going to have to do, I guess, a fair play review to just double check on all of the results before we announce anything as official. But for now, Antipov clear first. And as far as teams go, I think Mizzou is clear first as well. Going to have to double check, like I said. But with all of that being said, I think that's going to be the end of this event. So thank you, everyone, for being here and for playing. And like I said, for being patient. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Aiden. Appreciate that. So, yeah. Congrats again to Mizzou. Absolutely dominant performance from Antipov and the team, really, in general. They crushed it. They were prepared. They were ready for this. So yeah, that's it. I mean, yesterday, the Collegiate Chess League finals, today, the Blitz Championship, and that's going to be it pretty much for some serious college competitive chess until Pan Am's, which is in January. So definitely keep an eye out for that. You can register your team. There's a link there. And keep an eye out for our spring season for the Collegiate Chess League. That should be announced early next week. That's pretty much as early as tomorrow. So that's going to be super exciting. $30,000 on the line. That's going to start in mid to late January. So be sure to get your teams ready, prepared, and registered. You're going to have the rest of this month and all of December and even half of January to get your teams ready. So don't delay on that. If you can, try to get the players ready. That's going to be our main season. And like I said, $30,000 on the line. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone out there, but that's going to be the biggest college chess prize fund perhaps ever. I don't know any other college chess tournament that had larger prize fund than that. So should be a really awesome historic season for us. Super excited for that. And just keep an eye out for the announcement that's going to be on chess.com, as well as in our Discord server. If you're not there, you're missing out. That's where we make all of our announcements. So stay tuned for that. Again, thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. And finally, congrats again to Mizzou, both the team and the players, especially Antipov for a fantastic tournament, going 10.5 out of 12. So really incredible stuff and getting clear first. So congrats to him for being a U.S. College Blitz champion. That's it for today. My name's Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm going to head out. So stick around for the raid. Appreciate everyone once again. Apologies for the rough starts. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.